Dobro jutro and good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the second day of our conference. My name is Miloš Petrović. I'm a senior research fellow at the Institute of International Politics and Economics, and it is a pleasure to be part of the organizing and program committee of this conference, for which I'm thanking both organizers. I hope Milenko Petrović will not mind that we have started because we're running a bit behind schedule, but we'll make it work since we have a tight and ambitious agenda today. Our panel today is titled The EU and the Western Balkans, and it consists out of two keynote addresses. Before we proceed to the keynote speeches, just a few technical and procedural remarks. So we have around 67 minutes at our disposal, and I will kindly ask our speakers to stick to around 25 minutes per person or so to allow for another 15 minutes for the discussion in order to make to ensure the smooth running of the conference, since we have 4 additional panels today. So I suggest we get started ASAP. Our first keynote speaker today is Professor Biljana Vankovska from the St. Cyril and Methodius University in Skopje, North Macedonia. Her lecture is entitled "Who Lost the Compass? North Macedonia and the EU's Shift from the Copenhagen Criteria to Geopolitics in Enlargement." Professor, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Of course, my deep gratitude for the invitation by the two co-organizers, and actually special thanks to Milenko Petrović, who invites me for a second time. The first time we met in 2019, just before the COVID pandemics. And the topic was more or less the same. We were talking about EU enlargement. Is it feasible or it is a myth? So where is this region of the Western Balkans? And I have to be honest to tell you that I started my presentation in a very unusual way, with saying a joke that was a little bit, how to put it, dirty or blue humor or something like that, that explained in a very vivid way the position of my country, Macedonia, not North Macedonia. Sorry, but I cannot spell out that name. I will explain why later. And I explained why Macedonia will never get into the European Union. And 7 years later, it seems that I'm back to Belgrade. I'm back with the same proposition. And I promise that I'm not going to tell the joke now publicly, but later during the coffee break, everybody's welcome, because we had waves of laughter after that very correct joke, sadly. Now, actually, I would start with more literally way, and maybe compare the path of my country, of Macedonia, to the European Union with a famous novel of Fitzgerald, The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. So, as long as this path to the European Union goes and extends and looks never-ending, this object, who was, let's say, mature to some degree, is becoming infantile or actually waning, actually fading away as a state, as a society, as entity that should have been part of the European Union. I'm here actually in a very unusual situation, because I was specifically asked by Milenko to speak about this curious case of my country that we heard yesterday a little bit about Serbia's problems, and they are really serious and complex. But when you see just Macedonia, take out of the rest of the candidate countries, you find a lot of peculiarities. It's really something unique. And to be honest, I am not very happy to talk about my country. Why? Because it puts me in a role, in a skin of a local. So I'm not a scholar who speaks, you know, objectively about all these matters, but I'm necessarily in my shoes of a Macedonian citizen who speaks on with huge, not only expertise, but personal experience as a citizen, as someone who should have been one day a member, citizen of the European Union. But then, on a second thought, I was thinking how to approach this, and for me not to be in a situation for anybody here to say, okay, give me a break, she's going to talk about Calimero complex, there is no justice, and everybody is against Macedonia, so these neighbors are asking one thing, the others are asking another thing, the European Union is playing unfair, and all that. I want to avoid that. But on the other hand, just because the Macedonian story becomes tiresome. Everybody is fed up of this small country, so insignificant in terms of geography, population, resources. So people rather skip that inconvenient part of the European policy toward the Western Balkans. And then, as I said, on a second thought, I came to think of Spivak's important question: can subaltern speak? Am I allowed to speak out and to tell our story? Of course, I don't claim that I am telling the story of the entire Macedonian society, because we also have polarization, division, different groups with different perspectives and proposals, and actually that polarization is now noted into the latest report of the European Parliament. But I'll get back to that later. And then another author, and here I actually somehow catch up to what Sanja yesterday mentioned about this post-colonial theory, dependency, and all that. So I here came to think about Hamid Dabashi, who is a professor of Columbia University, who is somehow someone who continues the great work of Edward Said. And of course, we have to mention Maria Todorova, who did a great job explaining the Balkans as the dark part of Europe that is not fully Europe, but it's somewhere, should be treated in a different way. So Hamid Dabashi wrote a wonderful book, and the title is Can Non-Europeans Think? Are they able to think, to rethink their own destiny, their own sovereignty, their own path to the future, and relationship to the past, of course. These things go together. So this theoretical background gives me somehow right to talk freely, openly about the things that are happening to my country, in my country, and all due to this, I would use here Buñuel's film, That Dark Object of Desire. It is because of that desire that people are ready to fight each other, to polarize, to, blame each other, and actually to feel caught into this endless vicious circle. Who is to be blamed for what mistakes? And we always try to actually define the mistakes that we did in our capacity as candidate country. Yesterday, somebody, I think Professor Whitman, when he showed this long path of different candidate countries, how long it took to become full members, and he pointed out Croatia as one of these countries with the longest ordeal on that way. But Macedonia got the candidate status in 2005. In 2005, 21 years later, it is still only a candidate country that never opened the negotiation process, that is not going to open them anytime soon. And we are fully aware in our society that now June, July are usually the months that we wait for the decisions from Brussels, that again there will be a veto, that Macedonia is not going to open the negotiation process. But here, let me just make a small digression to yesterday's discussion, because I was carefully listening literally to everyone and trying to grasp the feeling in this room. And I think that we missed the elephant in the room. We were talking about this straightforward idea how to get into the EU as something that is a matter of life or death, like it is a destiny, or if we fail, we are failures ourselves. I think that somebody started the conference saying I'm EU fanatic, if I'm not wrong, I'm quoting here. And so I'm probably, it would be fair for myself, in order not to shock you too much later in my discussion, that I'm not a fanatic, I'm not even a skeptic. I consider myself a realist. I just want to look at the European Union as it is and what it offers, and why would any country, including mine, want to join European Union right now in this very moment. Yesterday we talked a lot about the legal aspects, the political aspects, the way of how to overcome some obstacles on the way, but we never, actually, sorry if I miss any discussion of that sort, but we did not mention that, for example, it was 3 days ago, if I'm not wrong, we had huge protests in Brussels against rearm Europe. European Union that was promised to us in 90s, and then we signed the first treaty of association in 2001, actually in the middle of an internal conflict in Macedonia. That was a time of our small war, and that was a form of pacification. Okay, let's give them a carrot, they don't deserve it, but if we give them a carrot, they will calm down and they will have a future. They will have a perspective of peaceful society. Then, as I mentioned, 2005, we got this candidate status and so on. Approximately at that period of time, a colleague of mine, I have to quote her, put a question at another event like this. She asked, what kind or what form of Macedonia would join European Union, in what type of European Union? She actually put this dialectical linkage between, changing nature of each side, not only Macedonia. Of course, Serbia has changed, and all the other countries. Kosovo is a new relatively youngest state in this region, and so on and so forth. So very often I get back to her question. Macedonia nowadays is nothing that it used to be in the 90s, for example. The first change, dramatic change, made under the auspices of United States and European Union, two facilitators, helped resolve the internal conflict on 2001. How? By imposition of a constitutional so-called democracy, a power-sharing model between two ethnicities, two ethnic groups, Macedonians and Albanians. And actually, from that moment on, Macedonia stopped being democracy because there is no demos, because we now have plural, demoi, and competing ethnic elites who are trying to, take concessions for themselves against the others. So it is a constant balancing act of not really having a common idea about the country, its vision, and so on. The next step was, of course, the problem with the name. For so many years, we were called even Fyromians. When now people call me North Macedonian, I say, no, we are South Macedonians in that case, so please give me a break, I am just a Macedonian. But they were crazy years, really, when the name issue was the major problem for our southern neighbor. So what happened was a colored revolution. In 2015-16, protests on the streets, demands for change of Gruevski government, totalitarian, authoritarian, capture state, and all that. So the new cooperative prime minister was actually imposed in a way to make this deal with Greece, and he did so without consulting the people. Actually, they played the game by organizing a referendum, even though our constitution doesn't envisage consultative referendum, only obligatory. They called for a referendum, it failed. We have a document by the State Electoral Commission that at that referendum, only 35% of the population said yes to a very tricky question. Are you for joining NATO and EU under a condition of changing the name into North Macedonia? So, I mean, what if I'm for EU but I'm not for NATO? And, you have all these combinations in that question. In my view, and I published a lot about that moment, you can find in all my academic works, why I consider that step as a geopolitical mechanism to push Macedonia into NATO, not European Union. Even though the promises were, you are going to European Union, Angela Merkel arrived to Skopje. To our great surprise, I mean, you can imagine Angela Merkel was still at her height, and she came to give guarantees. You do so, it is painful, we understand, but soon it will be over and you will have a bright future. Nothing of that happened, of course. The name was changed against the will of the people and by violation of rule of law. So give me a break when somebody tells me that European Union is all about democracy, all about rule of law, all about, these values, soft power and so on. I just can't buy that story. The name was changed, Macedonia entered NATO, and we became actually, at that point, the youngest member, soon joined by Sweden and Finland due to the change of the geopolitical situation in Europe due to the Ukraine war. And of course, Donald Trump was the one who said, from now on, guys, you're going to pay 5% of your GDP for military equipment. Macedonia is one of the 6 least developed or poorest countries in Europe. So we joined NATO in order to take money from social needs of the citizens in order to invest into military. And now, when we talk about our path to European Union, of course, the problem comes from our eastern neighbor, from Bulgaria, that argues that there was this, I don't know how deep I should go into details. First, the Treaty of Good Neighborly Relations and Friendship that didn't mention a constitution at all. So later on, actually, President Macron changed the rules of the game, and he said, okay, forget about the old methodology, we switched to these cluster things, and Zaev, Prime Minister Zaev, who changed the name and actually took responsibility for that, had to resign because he failed. So Macedonia was again somewhere on the back. Then, okay. Then the Bulgarian demands arrived, and to make things worse, the very document of the treaty is not a big deal. We can discuss about, I don't know, some definitions there, here and there, but nothing spectacular, something that could be resolved in a rather easy way. But now, in the negotiation framework that Macedonia got, and we call it in our language French proposal, because France was presiding with the European Union, there is a demand to change the constitution, allegedly because of the human rights issues. According to the latest census in Macedonia, there are only 3,000 Bulgarians, citizens who declare themselves as Bulgarians, so that they must get into the constitutional preamble. The constitutional lawyers know how peculiar thing it is to do. So, because I don't have much time, I think I gave you just the feeling of how the society now feels. There is no wish to change the constitution again. It would be the 37th or 38th time of amending the constitution. We lost the constitutional sovereignty because others from abroad tell you which part of the constitution, in which sense, with which words, and so on and so forth. So it is not a state at all. So when I recently gave an interview to a podcaster, I said that European Union is just a new name for neocolonialism of the European old colonial powers, and actually nothing significantly changed in their way of taking under their mentorship these weak states that they can play around. I don't know if this government is going to sustain to this position. It is very hard. I would bet that they would comply eventually. They will make some trick, maybe some new referendum or something like that. But for ordinary Macedonians, it brings nothing good, nothing new, no development, no democracy, no rule of law, no money, no progress, no anything of that that was dreamt in 90s is now gone. So Macedonia is completely different. It is a half state. It is something like a semi-colonial backward place in Europe, and it is really not a happy story to tell here. So probably I am done with my time. There are a lot of things to say, but just one thing, if you allow me. A few weeks ago, I think it was the Bratislava summit, security summit, if I'm not wrong, when the president of the Serbian parliament, Ms. Brnabić, I don't have very high opinion, don't take me wrong, but she gave a speech at that summit, and she exposed the facts about Macedonia. She was talking, not interpretation, but she was listing the facts. Macedonia did this, and got nothing. So do you know what was the most interesting thing? The reaction from the floor. One former Bulgarian prime minister, I don't remember his name because there were too many in the last 5 years, so sorry for that. But you also don't remember him. Okay. Can't remember, really. Maybe we should check. For me, it was interesting the way he jumped from his chair, asking, to take the floor, and he said, "How dare you Serbs play into our domestic affairs, because Macedonia is our problem, not yours." That we here, most of us know the Balkan history. We know the Second Balkan War especially. So I would never really like to see a new Balkan War, let alone a global one, because with Kaja Kallas you never know. If Kaja Kallas remains, we may talk about a global war, not a Balkan War. Thank you for your attention.
So we have kicked off pessimistically, kind of, but regardless.
Realistically, I said.
Regardless, thank you, Professor Vankovska, for shedding a critical light on both the curious case of Macedonia and the EU role in the process. So now we proceed, and for sticking to the time also. Now we proceed to Professor Emilian Kavalski from Tampere University, Finland, who will deliver a lecture titled Neighborhood First, the Western Balkans and the Geopolitical Remaking of Europe. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thanks everyone. It's really nice. And thanks to the organizers for inviting me and having me here. Thank you also, Milenko in particular, for the personal invitation and for the very clear instructions, which probably have already got a break already with the title. And also thank you so much for the brave decision to put a Macedonian and Bulgarian on the same panel at the same time. So it's very difficult to follow up from this very interesting and provocative talk, and especially such pessimistic talk, and I generally agree with this pessimism. And it actually reminds me, because like Biljana, actually my first 2 degrees were actually in literature, and I remember my Balkan literature, and actually I have incidentally a lot of quotes from Balkan literature, or Yugoslav literature rather, and Ivo Andrić, he had one short story which was titled "Be Not Afraid, It Will Not Be Well." So I think Biljana's pessimistic claim very much reflects this negative or this pessimistic outlook on the Balkans. So what I'm going to say, like actually literally with the title, explaining the title, I can finish everything I want to say in my paper and we can just have the conversation, is that my claim here is, it's a question mark, what is the geopolitical remaking of Europe? Is it actually something that like the geopoliticization of Europe that Richard and others were mentioning about yesterday? And for me, if it is to be something like this, it needs to prioritize the neighborhoods. And by neighborhood here, I mean the Western Balkans is the priority for the geopolitical credentials of Europe. And here I'm gesturing towards Europe's outreach towards the Indo-Pacific, to East Asia, where if it wants to have a credibility that far afield, it needs to have credibility here at home first. And I think that's where the geopolitical turn kind of like reflects upon or kind of gestures towards, is that Europe has lost the game at home. It has lost the game here on the continent as well. It's no longer a geopolitical actor in Europe in the first place. So how I'm going to go about that is I'm going to run you and repeat a lot of the things. So that's why I'm going to try to run quickly so we have more time for conversation, which is the more interesting part, is through this, how we came about to this geopolitical turn. And it's like, of course, the Ukraine war, the Russia's invasion of Ukraine is the critical aspect here, the critical juncture in many ways. We have the loss of the Atlantic anchor, the inside-outside, we spoke about this peripheral status, and then let's describe, it's actually, again, it's very interesting for me to speak about EU enlargement and the Western Balkans, because this was my PhD thesis 25 years ago, and then since then I've moved to East Asia, non-Western, global IR, and relational IR, and I'm trying to come back to that now 25 years later, and as Biljana just pointed, I'm finding not much has changed vis-a-vis the region here. So I'm going to try to explain what for me a relational geopolitical enlargement may mean. And unlike Biljana, who had a very illustrious and interesting political career, I'm very happy in my ivory tower of academia, so most of my research is very academic. However, as I said, my point of departure here is one of my favorite Yugoslav novels is Mediterraneanski breviar, the Mediterranean breviary, in which there is the wonderful for me quotation here is that Europe's boundaries are drawn neither in space nor in time. There is in fact no way to draw them either in, I can see there, so I'm going to read from here, to draw them either, they're neither not ethnic, not historical, not national, not state. They're like a chalk circle that is constantly traced and erased. And that for me kind of brings a question that I think all of us were kind of like circling around yesterday. When we talk about geopolitical turn, what is this geopolitical Europe has in mind? Is it the geopolitical map of borders? You know, Ivan was very good in terms of like this classical definition of chessboard definition, where there are certain threats, there are certain enemies out there that we need to defend ourselves, that the geopolitical turn is supposed to protect us from. Are we talking about the connectivities, the various infrastructural logistical networks? Is it the geopolitics of that connectivity, or is it something we call I would like to call the geography of responsibility? And for me, my argument here is that if Europe is to be a geopolitical actor, this geo does not refer to merely a space on the map, but it refers to the neighborhoods that Europe accepts responsibility for. It refers to the neighborhoods that here Europe treats as part of its own security, and this is no longer just a map. It's something that Europe does through relationship, that Europe does in interactions with others, rather than it simply has and possesses. And how it does that, my answer here is in three ways. So there's a relational way, infrastructural way, and ultimately, and I think many of you were pointing out yesterday in your papers, is fairly political. So again here, as I said, I'm coming back to this issue 20 years later, and I'm finding that very little has changed. I'm giving here a quote from 2005 from the then EU Commissioner for Enlargement, Olli Rehn, who said that the map of Europe is defined in the mind, not just on the ground. It is the values of Europe that make the borders of Europe, very much the normative power argument here. And of course, this is a very generous definition of what Europe is, but it's also very convenient, because it absolves Europe from the responsibility to actually make the hard decision where that border is. It remains very fuzzy. And already in the very same year, in 2005, the then International Commission on the Balkans said this differentiation between what was then Central Visegrad 4, Central East European countries, the Bulgarian Romania group, and the Western Balkans, they were already saying that this status quo of that, what today probably called differentiation in the enlargement process, has already outlived its purpose. Yet 20 years later, we are still here, as Biljana very eloquently said, we are still dealing with the same geography of differentiation, even though it's much more entrenched institutionally, but also in the mind, the language, the narrative of the region. Europe's hesitation has been even more entrenched institutionally, and unwillingness to act, paradoxically, geopolitically, or any other way. However, everything around both the region, and within the region, and within Europe, and around Europe has changed. We have, again, war, we have the alliance fracture, etc. So, again, this is why the geopolitical term for me kind of like becomes interesting, what's new about that. So there's continuity and change here, there are similar dynamics, just, in a different context. So I'm not going to repeat that here. Is that the issue is, we no longer, Europe has for 70 years been very willing to outsource the geo of its hard geography to Washington or the Transatlantic Alliance rather than take responsibility, and that's why the whole civilian power, market power, normative power narrative emerged. Interesting for me here is what's happening now with this realization that we no longer have this convenience of the transatlantic support in our geopolitical defense, is that we've been, as Biljana again pointed, and we go to the knee-jerk rearm Europe reaction, which is funding hardware. However, for me, hardware does not answer the question of orientation. I think there were very, very interesting conversations yesterday about how can we have strategic autonomy without having a strategic vision. And I think for me, Europe, when it talks about geopolitical turn and geopolitical aspect of the enlargement, is still not being able to articulate for me convincingly what is the long-term strategic vision, what's the end goal that it wants to achieve with that process. So for me, and that's where for me the Western Balkans comes in, is that it is the place that is, if geopolitical Europe is to emerge, to indicate itself, this is the Western Balkan region where it should do that. Why? And again, here the obvious, and I'm repeating, a lot of people, Sanya in particular, yesterday in her discussion about these peripheral states. Biljana just mentioned the work of Maria Todorova on the Imagining the Balkans, that this peripheral status of the Balkans, this marginal space, liminal space, is not new. It's been, Todorova traces it back at least to the 17th century. The recent book by the Canadian scholar Ivan Kalmar, he traces what he calls a particular form of West European racism, calls it East Europeanness. He traces back to the 15th century. So this is not a new thing. It's just the EU is just a new iteration of that similar, or at least the EU enlargement process rather, is a new iteration of that. And again, for me, as I love literature, and that's where my heart really scholarly and otherwise is I've given you here from Miloš Slimović's book Death and the Dervish, kind of like a kind of local articulation of that, where always that we here in the Balkans, and particularly at the time in Yugoslavia, we are always on some frontier, always on someone's dowry, always living at crossroads of worlds, at borders between people, and always in everyone's way. And I think for 2 decades, the European Union has managed that ambiguity through procedure, and like all of you have been quite clear how that procedure has been dealt. Thessaloniki offered the promise of integration in 2003. 10 years later, we have Croatia joining the European Union, but then the door shuts, kind of half swung, half closed. Officially, enlargement remained a merit-based technical process, but as all of you have been mentioning here, it's an alibi for the European Union to keep the region in the waiting room indefinitely while claiming that the delay was simply a matter of unmet criteria. In this way, it converted, and again, one of the ambassadors speaking language yesterday said that converted what was ultimately a political question, whether Europe wanted the society inside, into administrative question of compliance. And the waiting procedure created its own pathology. And again, Biljana just spoke about the experience of North Macedonia. Yesterday we heard about Serbia, where enlargement, the carrot of enlargement and the stick of enlargement as well worked as long as the promise of membership is there. Once it's gone, the logic collapses. Ksenia's and Marko's paper were quite good, how citizens then stop believing in that process. Political elites then learn how to perform reform, the whole notion of stabilitocracy that emerges, and then the EU then kind of tolerates these regimes that emerge only in order to maintain certain kind of stability, because it's afraid what might happen if these countries stop performing that reform. Kind of, for me here, it's kind of interesting how the EU in this way stopped being the only game in town. And what happened is of course, nature abhors vacuum. This place got crowded with many different actors. So the region not just received geopolitics, it became to export geopolitics. We've heard yesterday about multiplicity of actors. Here, a couple of weeks ago, the Belgrade Center for Security Policy published a very interesting how they call it, threatometer, the meter of threats about the EU accession process of the Western Balkan countries, where they looked at 6 countries, Russia, China, Turkey, the UAE, Israel, and Azerbaijan. And of course, Russia is the main disruptor, it's the main spoiler. It does not offer an alternative, a development alternative. It just simply wants to spoil the process for its own geostrategic politics. What's interesting about Russia as well is that actually it has moved beyond merely spoiling, but it also has actively enabled certain elites, certain political formations in the region to assist that process. That's kind of like Russia is the outlier here, is the main threat according to the EU enlargement process of these countries. China is the interesting here, is a form of, they call it embedder, like a form of embedding within the local infrastructures. They present themselves as builders, as lenders, as providing infrastructure. And the threat here is not ideological, it's not political in the narrow sense of the term, but it's structural, because China provides infrastructure that locks in future standards and developments, these in technological infrastructure, road infrastructure, platforms. The key recipient of that infrastructure here, of that structural dependence here, is Serbia. Serbia is the main host of those projects, and whoever builds the infrastructure shapes the future that rides on it. That's kind of where the structural dependence comes in. The Emirates, United Arab Emirates here, Saudi Arabia as well, are also very interesting actors in terms of how they provide what's called corrosive capital that supports certain elites projects but does not build institutions. Turkey has a very complex and complicated factor is in the Western Balkans countries, both political, economic, but also military in terms of security through support to KFOR missions and other stuff. But for me, the important point here is that while the European Union has been postponing a political decision on its responsibility in the Western Balkan, regional states have been engaging with this world, and the region does not simply then receive those geopolitics, but actively participates and contributes to them. Western Balkan states have used those external actors to avoid certain sanctions. Some have used it to extract resources. Some have used it, especially Belgrade has been good to play the China card, to extract concessions from the European Union, to request weakening of certain conditionality criteria. Interesting here, again, going to Macedonia example here, how Macedonia in the 1990s played the Taiwan card. For a certain period of time, the only European country or East European country to recognize Taiwan as an independent country. Not going that way, but that's kind of that was Macedonia, which had actually quite severe security implications for the UN mission here. So for me here, what though this kind of like actors, proliferation of actors, the proliferation of geopolitics in the region suggests that a neighborhood first Europe, a relational geopolitical neighborhood first Europe, has to remove the incentive that local countries or local states played any of those other cards and Europe becomes the more credible, and again here going to Richard's point yesterday, the faster interlocutor in terms of providing those incentives. So what does for me mean a relational geopolitical strategy of enlargement? And that's where I get normative, and that's where I get very theoretical and very IR-ish. For me is that I think the EU seems to have been forced to rediscover again enlargement as a result of certain events, as a result of war, just as it happened in the first enlargement, the Big Bang enlargement of 2004, 2007, the wars of Yugoslav dissolution provided the context for that enlargement. That's where Bulgaria and Romania kind of used that opportunity to also sneak in with the East European countries. And now again, another war, this time Russia's full-scale invasion, provides that. But for me, the rebranding of geopolitical enlargement kind of has a hidden trap. It's simply that if Europe simply plays the board game, it has swapped one frame for another. The technocratic frame, which said comply and you may enter, has become a crude geopolitical frame, which says align and you may enter because we must deny you to our rivals. Both those frames, though, treat the region as an object. They don't deny the agency of regional states to choose and act on themselves. Again, Macedonia being a very good example here in that sense. So for me, and that's where, again, my normative, what should a relational geopolitical enlargement mean comes in is that it's not merely an absorption of objects, as the current enlargement strategy seems to treat them, but as the co-production of a shared space. This is where, for me, the relational framing of enlargement emerges. And it has three aspects to it. For me, the first is the criteria simply still stop being a one-way mirror. Accession negotiations are not an exam that one side sets and the other sits, but it becomes a strategic practice of mutual adjustment, which requires a recognition. I think some of us were mentioning, especially in the legal aspect, the legal papers presentation, that requires adjustments on behalf of the European Union as well. It's not just changing the countries themselves, but also changing the practices of the European Union as well, as the Union has, every enlargement has changed the Union, and every enlargement, and any future enlargements will do the same to the Union in the future. The Union with Montenegro or Iceland or Albania will be very different Union from the Union that we have today. The second aspect here is that the threats that the region, Western Balkan region, face, they do not stop at the Schengen border, they cross it. And this information flows across that border, organized crime, energy dependence, etc. And in this context, the recognition that the Union, a geopolitical union, cannot defend itself without incorporating the region, nor a region can defend itself without being part of the Union, is a critical part of that. And for me, the third and the most boring and the less glamorous aspect of it is that the geopolitics of enlargement, the geopolitics of European Union, do not happen only on front lines or on summits. They happen also in telecom systems, in energy grids, in hospitals, in procurement rules and standards. And this is exactly where the geo of Europe now takes shape. And that's where, for me, the geopolitical turn in Europe is lacking profoundly, is that it is not in any way involved in how those standards are set, or doesn't consider carefully, apart from the securitization of China, what that means in practice. And the geopolitical discourse that comes from the external commission doesn't translate to the other commissions in that way, at least that's what I've noticed. So, thus, in conclusion, for me, how can we look at the Western Balkans? What is the position of the Western Balkans in this geopolitical narrative? For me, it provides a critical strategic mirror. These countries are looked through the lack that they have. They lack membership, they lack institutions, they lack trust, they lack accountability. But if we see them only in that side, we miss that the region also reveals something very important about Europe. The region reveals that Europe's borders remain politically unfinished. And this warning has echoed for more than 20 years, as we've seen, like we've indicated, and as far back as 2005, again, the report from the International Commission on the Balkans is like, unless Europe integrates the Western Balkan countries, it has only one option, either enlargement or empire. The region will become a black hole in Europe's periphery, and that without the Balkans in the EU, the process of unification will remain incomplete. Therefore, to become a geopolitical power, Europe must complete itself, and an unfinished inner courtyard is more than a policy failure. It's a standing vulnerability. In this way, for me, that's why, as I said, is the geopolitical turn in Europe is about these three aspects: a relational, infrastructural, and ultimately, as most of you were mentioning yesterday, is a political one. However, there is also another reading, which again I'm using here, is a non-relational reading, which I'm using literature, and I'm using Georgi Gospodinov's book Time Shelter, which is the first Bulgarian author in 2021 to win the International Booker Prize, who said that he has a very interesting vignette towards the end of the book, is that the citizens of Europe are having a referendum in which decade they would like to live. And all of them vote to live in the past. So for him, nostalgia wins. And he says, the first thing that goes in memory loss is the very concept of the future. And this for me is the deeper danger with the current discussions on the geopolitical turn in Europe and enlargement here in the Western Balkans. A Europe that spends its energy curating its past slowly forgets that it still has a future to choose. And the Western Balkans are precisely the future that it keeps postponing, because to decide on them is to decide what future a geopolitical Europe will become. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kavalski, for your very insightful and layered lecture on how the enlargement policy represents a growingly strategic I would say, indicator of geopolitical maturity of the European Union. So I'd like to thank you also for sticking to the time. We are very time efficient today, for which I'm thanking both keynote speakers. So I'm opening the floor for discussion, and I'd kindly ask ask the audience to present themselves and also specify to whom the question is directed. Thank you. Sanya bila. You were first, then Milan, then Marian. Okay.
You want to go with this? I was like, I mean, there is no other tool to study inequality. It's not perfect. So, what do you think about that, and how you would respond, and how this could be actually a means of transforming?
This is only a question for Professor Vankovska. Okay, and okay, Milan, and then Marian, and then we'll collect questions, and then yeah, Milan. Thank you. So we have around 10 minutes, so please keep that in mind. Please, Professor Vankovska and then Emilian.
Okay. I'll try to be brief as much as possible. All these questions open various aspects that I wanted to tackle, but I didn't have time or just forgot because it's so intensive topic to talk about. I was, Sanya, literally refreshed by your approach yesterday because it tried to go, as you put it, against the mainstream. And I'm very much in line with that kind of role of an intellectual and a scholar, not to go through the secure path of mainstream academia and be politically correct and, you know, use all these concepts. And I fully agree that the Marxist or neo-Marxist theory has been demonized, especially in this region, especially in the part of the region that lived through this experience, for good or bad. I'm not saying it was all good, but I'm not also saying it was all bad. Nowadays it is a stigma, indeed, to say I'm a Marxist, and I have no problem to tell you, yes, I am a Marxist, I am a communist, I ran for a presidency on behalf of the far left party, Levica, and everything I said here actually is very much aligned to my program that I promised to my people. So I'm very much in line with what I say as academic and as a person, because I trust in that, I believe in that. So Srećko, Horvat, and Ivan Štiks, it is an old actually book nowadays, but they put an excellent definition of this region. They called the desert of liberal transition in post Yugoslavia. Yes, yes. So and you got it right yesterday in one of your remarks when you said it doesn't matter if we are formally a part of European Union or the West, if we put it, because hyper-imperialism, capitalism, with all its traits, it's actually keeping the region in its own hands. So there are no spaces to develop any alternative. So we all accepted the Washington Consensus, the medicines from the West, and let me point out that we suffer the iatrogenetic effects of these medicines. They had counter effects on our development because we were not ready to get imposed solutions, and on this region to overnight transformed into nice, democratic, liberal societies. Yes, I can here actually jump to your, or maybe your question was about the constitution, the alternative you said to. Ohrid Framework Agreement is a Siamese twin of Dayton Agreement. Only that Macedonia is more simple in terms of its composition than Bosnia. There is no democracy, it is faking democracy, because if you have this quota system, rules, blackmailing on ethnic ground, not civic ground, not common good, so then how can we talk about democracy at all? And in our negotiation framework for Macedonia, the European Union, also the State Department, usually remind that you have to obey Ohrid Agreement, Greece Agreement, Bulgarian Agreement. So your hands are tied. You have no ability to be a sovereign actor and to design your future. So it is how I see it. And the Albanian factor,
In general,
General, yes. It is true that Edi Rama is a very funny politician. He says various things. He put some interesting things in Tivat recently about God, sex, and European Union, if you remember, that everything can be predicted except these three things. So he was talking about when Albania will join. As much as I have contact with Albanian colleagues, conferences, debates, discussions, Albania has no intention to make greater Albania. I'm sure about that. They care about their sovereign state. But the other fractions of the Albanian population living in Macedonia, in Kosovo, they use that as a playing card. And why? Kosovo is a very strange situation. If we talk about Western Balkans, I'm not sure if I mentioned, this idea is shrinking. Montenegro out, Albania probably, and then who remains? Kosovo is not recognized by a few members of European Union. So how can we talk about it? And of course that the hardliners in the Albanian circles use that card saying, if we cannot go together with you bloody Macedonians that have problems with the name, with the language, with the history, with everything, with your neighborhood, we are going to join Albania. The same applies to the passport issue. Almost all Albanian, no, I cannot say for sure, of course, I have no statistics, but the number of people of Albanian origin from Macedonia at the same time have dual citizenship of Albania. The same applies with Bulgaria, where people, for practical reasons, not being able to travel, to get employment and so on, they got these passports, and it is a very strange, I haven't heard any other state that delivers citizenship to foreigners with a request for them to declare that their grandparents and great-grandparents felt as Bulgarians. I mean, that is, we know what identity is, and I cannot claim how my grandparent felt and what identity he had, but it is it. That could be a potential problem. I hope not. But if the some Bulgarian government says, we are not talking about these 3,000 people that we wanted you to include into your constitution, as a constitutional entity that formed the Macedonian state. And you know that in the Second World War, when Macedonia for the first time got independence in 1944 as a part of the national liberation movement of Yugoslavia, Macedonia was under Bulgarian occupation, but Bulgaria has a problem with the term occupation. So it is a problem of dealing with the past, with how we perceive these parts of our history. Sorry, we have no time for more.
Please.
Okay, I just have I don't think I can add anything more to what Biljana said about your question here. I think one interesting aspect is, and hasn't happened, and I know the reasons for that, but it's paradoxical for me that after all those 20 years of being in the waiting room, there is so little cooperation in between the countries of the region, and that's, I think, nationalism is always an escape route. I don't think it's the main route. I don't think it's an escape route. It's always there. We know it's being used politically. And for me, it's very interesting, and again, how these external actors can facilitate that. So for whatever reasons, I've participated in a lot of those 16+1 forums between, what used to be 17+1 forums between China and the East European countries. And what's very interesting is that, there was the meeting with the Chinese representatives, and then the Chinese leave, and the East Europeans hang out together. And what they were saying is, this is the first opportunity since the end of communism that we are hanging out together, and that China provided that space. Similar with what's called FOCAC, the Forum on African Chinese Countries, as well, is that China does similar thing there. It's like, they do the instrumental kowtowing or whatever, symbolic interactions. Yet, China provides a forum where these actors are sitting around the same table together with each other. And China provides that forum. I think the European integration for East European countries in the 1990s used to be part of that. And then something happened. That it no longer provided that forum for cooperation. Nationalism probably has been part of the issue. So, but for me, the question is why, after all those 20 plus years of moaning about Europe's not paying attention to us here in the Western Balkans, that's another route and hasn't been explored either. We were just actually interesting before that we were talking with Biljana about the long history and felt history of Balkan Federation and Balkan federalism. It's still available.
A few words. I mean, Biljana told me that she will be provocative, but I must say I didn't expect that you are going to be so much provocative. Really? So if you said that you are Marxist and communist, I might say I'm not Marxist, and even less so I'm communist. And all my academic career, I spent criticizing communism and Marxism. I'm explaining why there are some achievements and some good things, but I don't think that solution of our current problems and criticism of the European Union should be directed toward going back to Marxism and communism. This is definitely not solution for our current problems.
I didn't try to convince anybody here.
No, I mean, but I didn't expect this to be plaidoyer for political, our political views. I call you because you're an academic, a very respectable academic, but not as a Marxist and communist. Thank you.
I understand it as science.
No, I mean, I also have to say that people don't get the impression that I am supporting your views in that respect because I invited you.
In that case, I apologize.
No, you don't have to apologize, but
misunderstanding among us. So sorry if I spoiled the atmosphere.
I would say that your arguments were not were made as a personal opinion more than as a general observation. So I would like to thank Professors Vankovska and Professor Kavalski and also Milenko for his intervention and also for the great questions from the audience. Hereby I'm closing this panel. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the session 6, panel 4. So as you can see, numbers are getting higher. Of the second day of our conference after the two keynote speakers this morning. This session is, as you can see, unfortunately not very gender diversified. And this is it, that's the case. And one of the speakers couldn't be with us today. But in any case, let's start. The title of our panel is Candidate States, Issues and Peculiarities. And I will first give the floor to our colleague from the Institute of Balkan Studies of the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences in Sofia, who will present you his work on the topic, could defense cooperation be a fresh momentum in Turkey-EU's bid? Dear colleague, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be here. This is a very interesting conference so far. Since I graduated from a classical high school, I don't have a presentation. I like, the oral way the ancient philosophers did their presentations. But basically, you're experts on the field, so you're aware that the EU Turkey accession process is frozen. There is veto over many of the chapters or clusters imposed either by the European Commission or member states like France, Cyprus, Greece, so on and so forth. So actually, one generation of researchers get their retirements with EU-Turkey ties. I hope we can be probably the next generation which will have their retirement with EU-Turkey cooperation topics. But it was like looking like a very dead end. However, the Russian war against Ukraine, the turning or the desire of EU to become a geopolitical actor, we already discussed for a day and a half, changed the dynamics in EU-Turkey relations, Turkey relations as well. So basically there are a few arguments about intensifying cooperation between EU and Turkey. The first one is that Turkey is a member of NATO since 1952. It has long-lasting relations with the European Union. That's the first argument. So the second argument is the size and of Turkish army, which is the second biggest in NATO after the US army. This is due to the fact that Turkey has a specific model combining recruitment, military service for all the youngsters, plus professional corps, which is mostly the sergeant and officers and non-commissioned officers. So it's like a huge army. And thirdly, the growing defense industry. However, we should take into consideration counter arguments in regards to all these three arguments. The first one is that, of course, Turkey does not want to change the NATO architecture or the NATO center security architecture, where Turkey is a member state with a say, with EU-centered architecture, because Turkey is not a member of the EU. And actually, the permanent representative of Turkey to NATO, Mr. Basat Yozturk, he said that NATO is the most important instrument and platform for the European security. So he said it's not possible to have alliance inside the alliance. I want to also to draw your attention to some of the components of the EU defense architecture policies and mechanisms. There is so-called the coordinated annual review on defense. The European Defense Agency, which is the defense research instrument of the EU. Also European Defense Fund, the so-called European Peace Facility, which is to provide support for Ukraine, and also the Permanent Structured Cooperation, the so-called PESCO. And the ReArm EU initiative. The problem with all these initiatives are that they're designed and they're by their design they're only for or mainly for the EU member states. In some of them, not only the EU members participate, but some third countries like Liechtenstein, Iceland, Norway, but they're part of the economic association with the EU. And other countries like UK, Canada, and US are also NATO allies. However, if we want Turkey to be more closely integrated into these mechanisms, there are two conditions: either to reshape these mechanisms profoundly, or to open them for third countries for those mechanisms which are only for EU countries, or having additional agreements Ankara to be able to participate in some of them, like the coordinated annual review on defense, European Defense Fund, European Peace. So we have here just technical and legal barrier. The other very well known program is the program SAFE, but the problem again is that here the rules are somehow restricting the opportunities for third countries to participate. They could participate up to 35% of the budget, but countries which pose a threat or a risk for the interests of the EU or member states in the field of defense and security are excluded. So here again we have ambiguity whether Cyprus or Greece could leverage Turkey exclusion from all this from the laws under the framework of SAFE mechanism. Also, for developing really a strong defense partnership, it requires predictability. It requires trust, which is those components are missing in last years in EU-Turkey ties because of the Turkish strategic autonomy, foreign policy, de-Europeanization of the Turkish foreign policy, the alignment between Turkish foreign policy decisions and EU foreign policy currently stands to around less than 10%. Somewhere between 5 and 10% in last years. So we can see that if a chimp throwing darts, the chances to have a hit are higher. So this is like the statistical errors, the margins. Okay. It's a fact for sure that Turkey has a significant potential in at least 5 out of 7 priority fields to develop complex systems which are mentioned as priority fields in the white book for EU defense. So Turkey is a big drone producer. Its artillery howitzers are good. So it has anti-drone systems, missile systems, and ammunitions. However, Turkey still needs European and NATO umbrella, and also partnership with more developed, technologically more advanced countries to be able to produce its own missiles and other equipments. So what we see actually in recent months is definitely there is a momentum in EU-Turkey ties. This momentum is on 2 levels, I would argue. The first level is institutional EU level, like visits of EU commissioners, visits of phone calls between the Turkish president and the president of the EU Commission, Madam von der Leyen. And the second layer is bilateral, namely between Turkey and EU member states, including Germany. It's quite telling that there was a strategic dialogue mechanism in in Turkey-Germany ties, and this strategic dialogue haven't taken place for roughly 12 years, and recently we had a meeting of this strategic dialogue. We had a couple of meetings of Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, with Mr. Vadeful, the German Foreign Minister. So there is a momentum for sure, but what I observe is that we have mostly bilateral cooperation between Turkey and certain EU countries. For example, Italy in the aerospace industry, drones. Turkey concluded an agreement with Italian Leonardo, one of the most prominent European defense producers. With Spain, Turkey is producing navy ships. Poland, Romania, Croatia are buying Turkish drones. Also, Kosovo and Albania, but they're outside of the EU. They're also Turkish drone operators. Portugal and Germany are among the Turkish defense partners. However, if I have to conclude, I think for now the most realistic scenario remains Turkey to further cooperate and enhance its cooperation with different EU member states. Thus, Turkey will be able to secure components, financial sources for its defense industry. Limited or more developed know-how and technology sharing agreements, but still inclusion of Turkey into the European defense architecture remains problematic due to political, institutional, and legal obstacles and barriers. So thank you very much. Looking forward for your questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karagyozov, and I express my special gratitude for the fact that you were sticking to the time, and you even didn't use the additional 2 minutes that you had. So I hope that the questions will make it up from the audience. Now I have a pleasure of giving the floor to our dear colleague, Dr. Feđa Pavlović, from the University of Montenegro, Podgorica. And the topic he's going to treat is Europa über alles, on Montenegro's post-democratic condition. Dr. Pavlović, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I am happy to be able to share with you today a very, very rough draft of a sort of idea that I've been working on, and that I really hope that I can hear some feedback, some constructive feedback about. So let me begin by some introduction that you already all know. Since the 2003 Thessaloniki summit, the European Union has been widely regarded as the main state-building agent in the Western Balkans. In a region that was marked by instability, that was marked by competitive authoritarianism, EU accession has come to function as the framework for what a lot of people have called EU member state building, which is a kind of a meta process that combines institutional capacity development, rule of law reform, economic and socio-political stabilization, interethnic reconciliation, and democratic consolidation. So within that context, EU accession, Europeanization, and democratization are often treated as mutually reinforcing processes, practically synonymous with one another. Yet, this equation, EU accession equals democratization equals Europeanization, has been increasingly problematized, as scholars have pointed out, to a number of tensions between EU accession and democratic development in candidate countries. I'm going to mention a few of these, but I cannot obviously cover the vast literature. There is a tension between conditionality and democratic self-government. If the criteria keep shifting, if they keep multiplying, reform begins to look less like a domestically authored process and more like a moving target set by asymmetrical power. Also, rule transfer may weaken democratic contestation, since candidate states often adopt reforms because compliance is being rewarded and not because these reforms have been legitimated through public discourse. Third, the executive-heavy character of the accession negotiations may weaken representative democracy by empowering governments, technocrats, experts, and administrative elites that at the expense of parliaments and at the expense of citizens. A fourth, the priority that is given to stability, stabilitocracy, may undermine substantive democratization, allowing progress in EU accession to coexist with low accountability and state capture. Many of these themes were discussed in previous panels. So the literature has already identified a persistent tension at the heart of this EU member state building process. Accession is framed as democratization, yet the process through which democratization is pursued may constrain some important elements of democratic life. And I'm interested in that tension. My interest in this tension is how this tension plays out at the level of discourse. So how it plays out at the level at which the meaning of key political terms is defined and stabilized and hegemonized in the public sphere. I therefore want to shift the focus from the institutional dynamics of accession, that was the topic of many of presentations that we've had before, to the political discourses through which EU accession is legitimized. To that end, I focus on the case of my own country, Montenegro, which is often referred to as the front-runner in EU integration and the EU's next member state. And the research question that I'm interested in asking is this: how does the dominant discourse underpinning the process of EU accession in Montenegro construct the meanings of democracy and democratization? Through which ideological frames and with what consequences? Which dimensions of democracy does it privilege? Which dimensions of democracy does it marginalize? And how might this logic of equating democracy with Europe, of equating democratization with Europeanization, create the conditions for its own populist refutation? So to break down this question, let me begin by naming the object of my analysis. In contemporary Montenegrin politics, EU accession is legitimized by a kind of a political discourse or a political ideology, which I propose to call peripheral Europeanism. This may resonate with some previous terminology. By this I mean, of course, a local variant of Europeanist ideology, which affixes or decontests the meanings of concepts Europe, Europeanness, and Europeanization through a specifically Balkanist gaze. As the discussants of the previous panel have said, I am referring, of course, to the essentialist perception of the Balkans as Europe's chaotic, semi-civilized other, a perception that was famously theorized by Maria Todorova as Balkanism, and one that I believe this peripheral Europeanism internalizes. So peripheral Europeanism combines three interrelated elements. First, it construes the meaning of democracy in a very technocratic liberal way. Democracy is associated above all with the rule of law, with protection of individual and minority rights, with limited government, institutional independence, low corruption, good governance, that sort of stuff. Much less so with the ideals of popular sovereignty, self-determination, democratic will formation, and the identity of government and the governed. So that's first. Second, this technocratic liberal understanding of democracy is reinforced by a Balkanist frame. Montenegro is construed as a conditionally European subject, one that is formally and geographically, so to speak, European, yet latently predisposed to the kind of dysfunction, instability, corruption, and disorder that are associated with the Balkans. Montenegro's Europeanness is therefore not an intrinsic quality that we possess, but rather an achievement, something to be potentially achieved through a long journey of self-overcoming, commonly known as our European path. Due to its Balkan nature, Montenegro cannot be trusted to complete this journey on its own. So our European path requires external guidance and supervision. This in practice means complying with the European Commission's recommendations within the framework of EU accession negotiations. It also means accepting the European Commission as a kind of supreme epistemic authority, one that has an objective view of all our political problems, and one that knows that we don't actually meet EU standards, but is nonetheless prepared to turn a blind eye and let us in, provided that we behave well. So those are two elements. The third is peripheral Europeanism has an eschatological dimension. EU membership is not presented as a kind of strategic objective that serves Montenegro's interests. Rather, it is posited as the redemptive horizon of Montenegro's modern history, the moment in which our country will finally assume its rightful place in the European family of nations. Europeanization thus becomes a kind of civilizational exodus, an escape from the Balkans into Southeastern Europe, from the misery of the dark 90s into prosperity normality, from incompletion into historical closure and fulfillment. In short, it is the teleological end purpose of Montenegro's independence and existence as a separate state, secularized eschaton. Now, the key ideological operation that I think is performed by this peripheral Europeanism is the affixing or the decontesting of the meaning of democracy. Democracy is not denied. On the contrary, democracy is constantly being invoked, but its meaning is narrowed. In peripheral Europeanist discourse, democracy becomes coterminous with Europeanness, democratization becomes coterminous with Europeanization, and Europeanization becomes coterminous with the guided implementation of EU rules and regulations. And what this does is this produces a highly restricted conception of democratic life. Three dimensions in particular are marginalized from this idea of democracy: popular self-determination, democratic deliberation, and ideological pluralism. So first, the popular subject, the people, is invoked, but mainly to legitimize EU accession. The fact that a large majority of Montenegrin citizens supports EU membership is taken as a confirmation that our European path expresses the popular will. But once this correct choice by the people has been registered, the people recede from view. And when an expression of the popular will conflicts with the imperatives of EU accession, it is either ignored or dismissed as populist manipulation or attributed to foreign malign interference. So that's the first dimension of democracy. The second, deliberation. Deliberation is displaced by the language of urgency, deadlines, and obligations. When an adoption of a law or a policy is presented as an EU requirement, this agreement immediately becomes framed as irresponsibility or obstructionism, as blocking our European path. And Parliament is judged less by the content of the laws that it makes than by the speed with which it is able to deliver legislation required for the negotiating chapters. And finally, the third dimension of democratic life, which is the pluralism of ideological alternatives, another key ingredient, is practically extinguished by the pervasive rhetoric that there is no alternative to our European path. Political contestation is tolerated only insofar as it does not destabilize the accession telos. When issues outside of the EU agenda are put on the table, these issues tend to be dismissed as polarizing or divisive and excluded from serious consideration on the grounds that they endanger Montenegro's European future. Peripheral Europeanism therefore advances a conception of democracy that is divorced from notions of popular self-rule, from deliberation, and from agonistic pluralism, as well as a conception of democratization as an externally guided movement along a path that is predetermined, a path of civilizational self-overcoming. Now, to address the consequences of these conceptions of democracy and democratization for the project of EU member state building in Montenegro or elsewhere in the Balkans, we must first take stock of the influence of peripheral Europeanism. Although peripheral Europeanism has been a thing in Montenegro present for some time, it was only following the turbulent political transition of 2020 to 2023 that peripheral Europeanism managed to hegemonize Montenegro's public sphere and become a de facto state ideology. It is now the preeminent ideological framework through which political, media, administrative, civil society, academic, and cultural elites in Montenegro interpret domestic political process, through which governments formulate agendas, through which parliamentary majorities justify themselves, through which political actors legitimize their political initiatives. And this hegemony of peripheral Europeanism has created, in effect, a candidate state form of what in the Western and especially in the British context has been theorized as post-democracy. Formally, democratic institutions remain in place, elections are relatively free and fair and competitive, especially in respect to the region. Governments change at the ballot box, and in many of these parameters there has been marked and very valuable improvement in recent years. Yet the substantive purpose of politics in Montenegro is reduced to the fulfillment of accession requirements, to doing our homework, as our prime ministers sometimes say. Notions of popular self-rule, of deliberation in the democratic arena, and of the agonistic spirit of political contestation are hollowed out. The demos is rendered a spectator, less a protagonist of its own destiny, and more the material and civilizational beneficiary of a process whose direction has already been set. Now, I finish with this. One might object that this is only a temporary and a necessary phase. That may be so. But I wish to suggest to you that Montenegro's post-democratic condition, rendered by the hegemony of peripheral Europeanism, reveals a deeper paradox at the heart of the process of EU member state building. Namely, radical democratic theory suggests that when democratic energies are banished or excluded from the hegemonic field, they do not simply disappear. Instead, they return in an antagonistic form. They return in the name of a popular subject that is constructed against the hegemonic ideology. In the Western context, we have seen this dynamic play out in the rise of right-wing populism in the West. This is widely seen as a revolt against the post-democratic consensus surrounding the program of neoliberal globalization. A consensus in which governance was depoliticized, in which a major socioeconomic transformations were imposed under the mantra of there is no alternative. And I leave you with this. I think that a similar dynamic may be at work here. Peripheral Europeanism legitimizes itself as democratization. Yet by excluding from its idea of democracy those dimensions of democracy that most directly connect to the construction of the people, self-determination, deliberation, and contestation, it creates an opening. It creates a discursive availability structure in which these elements may be re-articulated in opposition to the project of EU member state building in the Balkans. In this sense, a Eurosceptic populist people would not emerge simply because people become dissatisfied with the realities of EU membership, although I think this is also bound to happen. It will arise instead from the deficiencies that are already inscribed into the EU accession's own model of democracy. And hence is the paradox. Peripheral Europeanism seeks to Europeanize the Montenegrin people, but by relegating them to passive spectators, it may in fact produce the populist people that is united against itself and against its project of Europeanization. And I leave you with that, and please be brutal in your comments. Thank you very much.
It was very interesting, as it was the first presentation given by our colleague from Bulgaria. And now, the last but not least at this session, I warmly welcome our dear colleague Master Fedor Zolotarev from the University of Pécs, Hungary. with the topic integration from the bottom, social network analysis of subnational cooperation of Ukraine and EU member states. Dear colleague, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello to everyone. Thanks a lot for organization. Thanks a lot for so senior, well-educated and well-honored guests and speakers. Well, to be honest, it's a little bit humble situation because I'm youngest one, junior researcher, so like be so overwhelmed with status of participant here. Anyway, instead of mostly speaking, I prepared the presentation with mostly graphics and pictures in order to show and provide how I understand the integration that is going on right now in terms of Ukrainian accession to European Union, which also underdeveloped in terms of non-state actors participatory, non-state actors involvement. Specifically, I'm going to talk about cities and mayors and all of these local governments. So check it. Yeah, nice. Also, it's a side research that I'm participating, with my colleagues of South part of Hungarian Academy of Science, devoted to the power diplomacy and city diplomacy area of research, which means that we are trying to understand how Hungarian cities, local governments, not only within the Hungarian territory, rather beyond in the close border states like Slovakia, Serbia, and even in Ukraine, are trying to cooperate and tackle the ongoing geopolitical shifts and challenges during the war between Russia and Ukraine. And to be assured that most of my research focusing on the city-to-city partnership. For doing this, we collected a data set of at least 1,600 plus city-to-city partnership during all of time of Ukrainian cities, start from 1953 towards 2025. And making some theoretical interventions to make you more familiar with what I'm doing. Well, three main points that I'd like to outline. First of all is, I guess, obviously that right now the level of democracy and the level of autonomy of Ukrainian cities and Ukrainian state is limited because of war situation, with the martial law and all of these circumstances that are handed with the Russia-Ukraine conflicts right now. Specifically, 3 days ago, there is a bombardment of Kievo-Pечерskaya Lavra that is in Kiev, and before that there was a series of terrorist attacks on the territory of Russia as well. So conflict is going on, which means that cities and towns are not fully independent in taking action. They cannot discuss everything they want. At least they can cooperate with the European Union, European platforms, and some European member states on the subnational level. Of course, the West, broader speaker, the EU, as the main contributor and the main supporter, provides all of the financial, technical, and different kinds of assistance in order to cities and mayors can sustain. It also covers some topics of housing, how to tackle the problems of insufficient amount of resources, etc. So, in my research, I would like to understand how city-to-city networks transform, because city-to-city partnership are the sort of Europeanization from the bottom for city Ukraine and for the cities of European Union member states. Here is a graphic you can see that cover all of the dynamics of city-to-city partnership established during even the Soviet time and specifically after the USSR collapse. And as you can see, the long story, and these spikes are showing that conflicts intensified the enlargement and potentially city-to-city partnership, because as you can see, 2022, 2023, the most prominent times when city of Ukraine on the western part, on the eastern part, the northern and the central part of Ukraine are trying to negotiate and gain more friends, partners on the level of subnational participatory with the European Union and European Union states. But when you focusing on the content, I mean what are the main and prominent partners of Ukrainian cities, you can see that only a few are outside of European sub-region. So it's, of course, USA and China, but 8 of 10 is mostly from EU. And unfortunately, these data do not provide the information of severed and frozen partnership with Russian cities, with the Belarus cities and towns. But still, I would say that European vector of integration for Ukraine was established much more before 1990s. It was established during the whole, as Bourdieu pronounced, long durée cycles in something like that, for showing that way to be as a part of European integration community for Ukraine was presupposed much before the war between Russia and Ukraine started. Here you can see another representation, how much and how many cities and regions are included in the. And also, after 2022, the volume of European-led partnership overwhelmingly the main target for Ukrainian cities, because only they have is cooperation with the European Union enlargement and city-to-city partnership on that direction. But within the partnership, as I said before, some specific peculiarities. Poland, Germany, even Hungary are main targets of city-to-city partnership by different reasons. For Germany, of course, it's more essential, more in some civilizational attitude towards Ukraine because of the consequences of Second World War, the consequences of USSR collapse, and ongoing Russia-Ukraine war and invasion Russia after February 2022. But for Poland, being close to Ukraine means a little bit different. It's also the legacy of the history, being different parts of what it was named before in 18th, 19th century, the Commonwealth, the Polish Commonwealth, all of this history legacy provides right now in some projects that cities of Ukraine and cities of Poland have. When we're talking about the content, what the matter of fact, why city to city cooperate? Because they have some objectives. They have some lack of resources, lack of recognition, even if they're trying to be more active on the ground. Europeanization process, making the Ukrainian parts as the normal part of EU, going through the help from the city and local towns. And I outlined 5 main topical points that are quite well spread among all of the documents and memoranda that city have. For instance, cultural and educational projects, humanitarian aid, environmental and infrastructure projects, socioeconomic initiatives, if we talk about, for instance, transferring some buses, transferring some money packages for people, for the city authorities, and medical projects that are targeting the more vulnerable circles of the people. I'm talking about children, I'm talking about women and the refugees that are coming from the Ukraine to EU. But what is interesting in my perception that humanitarian aid is not only about some medical toolkits. Currently, I guess since 2023-24, the idea of humanitarian aid was extremely broadened in terms of including drones, ammunitions, and spare parts for drones for making cities and especially Ukrainian army forces be ready to sustain the, who knows how long this war will be during the next maybe months, maybe some years, unfortunately. And when we analyze cross-sectional topics, the most common combinations were, of course, part diplomacy delegations, meeting between mayors and city representatives, cultural events with equipment provision. So the whole idea was to have a context, whether it is bilateral relations or some pan-European platforms. Then we intensify their cooperation among non-state actors. For instance, firms, businesses, some social groups, NGOs, who are a proxy of cities, not proxy of states, are going to help city and let them more, let us say, social glue happens between different nations and between different societies. Well, talking about this instrument and this methodology, this social network analysis is a little bit different way how to see and understand what city diplomacy and city-to-city partnership are, because it shows and shifts the dimension from like from vertical vision to horizontal one, in order to understand what are the most valuable and most desirable city on the Ukrainian soil to be as a partner for Polish cities, for German one, etc. Here you can see this network representation, and as I said, all of the partnership are equal. So the city-to-city partnership recreates this hierarchical model. Some cities, for instance Lvov, some for instance Ternopil on the western part of Ukraine, they are more active with Polish, with German, with other cities. And that creates that they are hubs, not only in partnerships, rather through that cities goes traffics, infrastructure projects, and for instance, if some companies would like to send spare parts, they go through them, making them a vital points and concentration spots for cooperation on the level EU and Ukraine, if we're talking about the war situation. But also, what is quite interesting, how this Europeanization works not on the level EU as the homogeneous or singular actor, rather some group representation within EU, because it's well known again that within EU there is some sub-regional, regionalistic project. If we're talking about Visegrad group, it was announced today and yesterday, I guess, if we're talking about different one, and how to calculate them, how to understand which actors, which sub-regional groups are really available. And to make it, there is some specific metrics and parameters, for instance, betweenness, geometrical harmonics neutralities, that are a sort of understanding how we can assess the contribution of some groups of actors in order to make Ukraine partnership more prominent and involve Ukrainian cities into the pan-European region. So I outlined 6 of these groups. As you can see, Visegrad 4, Northern Europe. Of course, not all of them are highly institutionalized. Not all of them have so much budgetary proposed institutional system, and also old Europe can be a little bit controversial, because in this I trying to understand that it's a core 6 countries that were empires later before, and then they become the more contributor later, especially after the war in Ukraine started. And when we assess what we can see here, so Visegrad 4 has more number actors, which correlates with the idea of harmonic centrality. So at least 32% of all of this contribution value goes from states, from the cities and towns from Hungary, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia. But of course, there are not only one. If we're talking about some specific countries, for instance, Germany also did a huge contribution. Cities of Germany and municipalities of Germany are also participating in bilateral and multilateral platforms with Ukraine, involving even outside UK cities and towns for different kinds of projects. If we're talking about householding, if we're talking about cultural events, and how to tackle the refugee problems right now, because it's also valuable for them on the subnational level. To conclude, I would like to outline 3 main points. First of all, city-to-city partnership are complex and need to be developed and understood more precisely, with inclusion different kinds of methodology and instruments to analyze them. And of course, war and invasion of Russia changed the landscape of city-to-city partnership. Europeans becoming more prominent for Ukrainians, mostly because the third party involved in the process of specifically military conflicts. And yes, support of Europeanization as the whole process is not singular one. It includes some different layouts, which are, for instance, sub-regional groups of Visegrad 4, Old Europe, Karagyozov 4, and others. Thank you for your attention. Happy to see your questions and hear them.
Much for your intervention, and special gratitude to all of you for sticking to the timeline. Now we have 30 minutes, a bit more, for questions and discussion. I already see one hand, our colleague Nikola Tucakov, and then the colleague sitting in front of him, and then you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, just go because I suppose that other questions would not be in the same direction, so please feel free.
A good question. So I would say one of the things that ideologies do is, so the question is whether the stuff that I'm trying to describe is adequately conceptualized as a political ideology. That of course depends on what you mean by political ideology. I like these theories that say that what political ideologies do is essentially meaning making. They affix the meaning of a specific term out of an innumerable number of meanings that a term may have. So in that sense, they're hermeneutic devices. You can also, of course, use the language of discourse theory and talk about different signifiers and so on. This is, for me, a kind of secondary conceptual methodological question. The question of whether the people actually believe in this stuff or whether they're just resigned is in a sense a question that is it's ideology either way, because ideology is also about the kind of background assumptions. It is not just about the kind of program that one is, the normative, the official ideology of the state. It's also the true field at which our ideology operates is that of our unspoken assumptions, the stuff that we just take for granted as the way things are, the way we don't like it, but nonetheless this is the way things are. So ideologies, of course, in the 21st century can only be consumed properly with a dose of cynical distance. So it's not about I am ready to die for this great idea. It's just like okay, well it is the way it is. We cannot do anything. So whether the people whether it is an ideology does not depend on how enthusiastically people are consuming it. How deeply does it is the people resigned, and to what degree? Well, as with all, I think this is why I think it's a post-democratic condition. It is a condition where there is a widespread sense of lack of a political agency, lack of a political power to actually chart an alternative. So in that sense, it is. Yes, I would say that there is a high degree of kind of, there are no alternatives. It is so like the Tina rhetoric of there is no alternative is so effective because everybody believes it, and indeed we do. If you ask me, is there an alternative? I will tell you no. We don't at this point have an articulated alternative. This is why it's so effective. It is my own, but it is probably somebody else thought of it before me. I haven't done the adequate research yet, so this is just my first stab at naming this kind of phenomenon. And if somebody has a better term, I'm open for suggestions. Like in what do you think what is the kind of whether whether Montenegro will continue to be?
What I'm asking is
I don't know. I think one way that I can connect the stuff that I was talking about with the question of Montenegro's multi-ethnic character is that in Montenegro right now, it's very hard to find a discourse that speaks from the perspective of a majority. Whenever you won't hear somebody say, we should do this because the majority believes that. So it's very common for discourses to speak from the perspective of a minority, of a persecuted minority. So all nationalist discourses in Montenegro always assume the subject position of a persecuted minority, and even the so-called civic discourse assumes the position of a persecuted minority because they are the avant-garde in a sea of nationalisms, they are the small minority and so on. So we do have, I think, a general problem with articulating a kind of position from the perspective of the majority of the people. To what degree this is connected to the fact that we are a country without a clear ethnic, or, well, depending on what you say, ethnic, national majority, yeah, this is an open question. I think, one of the ways that I mean, I certainly think that our diversity of cultures is an added value, and it's something that we should be normatively committed to protecting it. But this populist way of articulating the people, it's the people as against the pole of power that is unresponsive. And I think so. In my argument, maybe this populist people tends to be a multi-ethnic people. Maybe we all unite in hating the EU. I don't know.
Okay, Dr. Popadić, European movement. I won't allow any more questions for Dr. Pavlović after this one. After you, yeah. We have three panelists, and I understand your fascination with his presentation, but please focus on other panelists too.
What happens the morning after we join is the end of history. We finish we fulfill our historical mission, and finally there will be no more. In fact, our Prime Minister once said, it won't matter who's in power once we enter the EU. There will be no more politics, no more alienation, no more subject-object distinction. Everything we will all be one. And we will be no longer in the Balkans, but in Middle Europa. So the Balkans will move to the. No, well, actually, I don't know how to answer the question. It's obviously a very speculative question. I would say that some degree of Euroscepticism is bound to appear once we get the veto powers that come with membership. This has just been supported by if you look at the elections of Croatia, for instance, as soon as it joined, Eurosceptics parties did very well in the first European European Parliament elections. But if you want a historical parallel, of course, Montenegro, in the first election after Montenegro joined in 1918, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slavs, and Slovenes, sorry. The party that was strongest, it was the Montenegrin Federalist Party, a kind of Eurosceptic party of its time. They wanted autonomy. They were talking about, our measure of sovereignty, self-governance, and so on. They were making all these arguments that they started making as soon as they realized that the end of history does not actually seem the way that King Nicola's propaganda made it so. So some measure of reaction is, I'm certain, bound to happen, and we would have some historical precedent. And I apologize to my colleagues now. I think. Thank you.
Good, thank you. I see that the discussion is flourishing, and I just want to motivate you to continue in that direction. Just one short remark I will allow myself. Turkey is about 160 times bigger in number of inhabitants than Montenegro, while Ukraine is about 80 times bigger by number of inhabitants. So I suppose you might have some questions related to those two countries. Dr. Nikolic, and after him, Dr. Zečević, please. And Professor, yeah.
So I think you are right to point out that the studies that measure the thing that they call ethnic distance, so the degree of affective polarization along ethnic lines, failed to register the Serbian-Montenegrin cleavage. So in that sense, they do register the Serbian Albanian, Montenegrin Albanian, Montenegrin Bosnian. So it is true that the Serbian Montenegrin cleavage in that sense does not behave like an ethnic cleavage, but rather as a more of an has the character of an ideological, political cleavage within a group, within a demographic that is homogeneous in terms of traditional faith, in terms of language, culture, customs, even of course our clans and tribes, which are very important for structuring our identities in Montenegro. So every single family in Montenegro, every traditionally Orthodox family, has one extreme Serbian nationalist and one extreme Montenegrin nationalist. So it is. I think it is whatever. Analytically speaking, I think it is most useful to look at this cleavage as a kind of ideological cleavage about people disagreeing about the interpretations of history and so on. However, there are a lot of people in my country that feel that I and them are not the same nation, and that them and I are not the same nation, because I tend to speak Serbian and they speak Montenegrin. And at this point you can just say, well, okay, so what? I mean, I can't, you cannot invade their agency in determining who they want to be. Ultimately, this is a matter of freedom of choice. So we are, in that sense, we have to accept that we are a multinational, multilinguistic even country. Although this is very hard to explain to someone outside of the Balkans, as it's very hard to explain to someone that in my own family. My grandfather and I belong to different nations. So, but this just tells you about how fluid these concepts are in our context.
This is important because
We love to think of ourselves as the only
Dr. Zečević now, then Dr. Petrović, and then we'll probably maybe one question or we'll wrap up.
yes, maybe one question.
Thank you very much for that.
Question after.
I guess it depends who you ask in Bulgaria whether Turkey is a threat or no. I mean, there are nationalists which would definitely say, oh, Turkey is a threat, the most important threat against Bulgaria. There are pragmatic politicians, the mainstream politicians willing to have pragmatic cooperation in terms of economy, trade, and so on. I would say Bulgaria is cautious. The Canadian Prime Minister a couple of years ago said that when your neighbor is the US and it's a big elephant, whether you're making love or fighting with the elephant, it's risky for you. So Turkey is the elephant, and we should be very careful not to make love, because the elephant, could very easily smash you, or not to fight the elephant, because the end result could be the same. Bulgaria is using its NATO and the European Union membership as a shield to some extent. For example, I can compare here Serbia and Bulgaria. That's one of my research. In Serbia, Turkey is powerful in terms of TIKA, Turkish Cooperation Agency, doing projects in Sanjak, financing hospitals, schools. Yunus Emre Institute is here, very active. But there is no big political parties representing, there is no big minority and no political representation. In Bulgaria, the situation is completely reversed. We have significant Turkish minority with their representatives in the parliament, but Bulgarian government is blocking some of the Turkish soft power instruments. For example, we don't have TIKA representation in Bulgaria, we don't have Yunus Emre. Okay, Diyanet is very active. So Bulgaria is trying to limit to some extent Turkish soft power instruments. I would argue that the dependency of all Balkan countries towards Turkey is unilateral in terms of we are having trade deficits with Turkey. There is Turkish investments coming from Turkey to the Balkan countries, but there are no Balkan investments. This strong Bulgarian and Montenegrin economy is investing in Turkey. Doesn't sound very realistic, right? So we don't have investments. We have energy dependency from Turkey because of Azeri, Russian, and so on, gas coming to Europe through Turkey. But Bulgaria is trying to balance this dependency and to not to become way too dependent on Turkey. That's what I can say. Thank you so much.
Dr. Petrović, and we'll wrap up. Okay.
Of course, it is not the end of the world. I mean, the country should continue to be democratic.
Have you finished asking your question?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Due to the very structured, long and detailed question comment from Professor Petrović, I would kindly ask you to limit your answers to 2 minutes, and we'll start with Dr. Karagyozov.
Okay. So the Turkish minority in Bulgaria, they have full legal rights. The main party representing Turkish minority and Muslim minority participated in many governments since 2001. They had vice prime ministers, ministers, and so on and so forth. I think it's not scientifically correct to talk about Bulgarian ultimatum towards North Macedonia, because this is part of the negotiation framework. It's called the French proposal, so it's not Bulgarian ultimatum. But recently we had, for example, Bulgarian diplomatic automobiles were set on fire in Skopje. People with Bulgarian consciousness were attacked in North Macedonia. Nothing similar could happen to a Turk living in Bulgaria. They have a right to vote. They have news in Turkish on national television, national radio. So basically, Bulgarian demands from Republic of North Macedonia are to respect the human rights and to seize the hate speech towards Bulgaria. So basically, it's not an ethnical. Sometimes it's how to say, painted. It's presented that way in the literature, but actually it's about the basic respect of Copenhagen criteria from the Macedonian society. And very briefly, I think the presentation of Mr. Zolotarev is a very good basis for a research article, because it's a very serious research. And to Mr. Pavlović, I can say that probably Europeanization is like communism. You can build it, and pursue the way, but never ending. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Now, Dr. Master Zolotarev, please, and then Dr. Pavlović.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this question. I outlined 3 main points why and what its impact for city-to-city partnership and how it contributed to the involvement and the enlargement process of EU. First of all, is access to the funds, because city-to-city are main beneficiaries of bilateral foundations, EU funds. For instance, I guess we're quite familiar with the Interact project, and all of this are going within this framework. For instance, after 2022, the invasion of Russia, all of the money and funds and projects were dismantled, but money were redirected from the direction of cooperation with Russia and Belarus towards cooperation with Ukraine. At least 2 or maybe 3 billions of euros were resent to cooperation with city-to-city partnership and leveled it. Moreover, cities and city personnel and servicemen, they are working close to their partners from European Union. Is ideological enrichment. So they are not anymore somewhere in between. They are part of European community in a European Union member state. Even they don't have official candidacy status, well, we'll see, but still they are participants and advocates of this involvement and memberships. And also cities at the local FOCI points where entrepreneurs, business, cultural events happens. They are brokerage intermediaries for their activities. For instance, if some Ukrainian company would like to launch a business, maybe in European member states and city there, they communicate and be as a sort of, advocates or lobbyists of their interests. That are not visible on the national state and supranational state, but quite often when we talk with mayors of Ukrainian cities, and they talk, we have some Polish entrepreneurs, we have Ukrainian entrepreneurs who are somehow communicate in order to get some revenues and benefits. That is not visible normally.
And now Dr. Pavlović, please.
Okay, so I counted 3 separate questions, so I'll try to briefly address each of them, and I will start with what is wrong with rule transfer. What is especially when it comes to legislation that is obviously very, very bad in Montenegro, that is allowing a lot of pathologies. And so what is wrong with well, nothing. The problem, so some EU legislation is very good, other has been shown to be very bad. The question, of course, if we are a candidate country, we must accept this legislation. So this is, on this level, there is nothing problematic about it. What is problematic is that we adopt it without any kind of parliamentary debate. I think there's been research that I cannot quote at this point because I'm not sure about the numbers, but in the last year, Parliament has passed, I don't know, like hundreds of laws, something like that, within like one sitting. So it's like less than a minute per law. There has been no debate about what these laws would do, how they will impact the constituents of the people that voted for these laws. So and this has been celebrated. The parliamentary majority said, "Look how great we've done. We have achieved, you know, like such and such number of laws in a record small amount of time." And my point is that this might be necessary, but what is being missed out here is that a key function of parliamentary democracy is being completely marginalized. Parliament is supposed to debate. So, and this brings me to the kind of, and of course, I mean, Parliament is supposed to debate, and the problem is that we are forgetting how to debate about the public interest. I think, you know, the demos is not a static thing. It's a thing that happens in the process of debating, of deliberating, of arguing, sometimes with a lot of demagoguery, with a lot of populism, but so there's that. Also about Europeanism, what would be the right Europeanization? That depends on what you mean by Europeanization. If by Europeanization you mean a cultural kind of alignment with Europe civilizationally, I don't think we need to Europeanize. But of course it's... Yeah, that's then it's a very kind of different notion of Europeanization, which, yes, I mean, but I've already gone across my 2 minutes, so I apologize to my colleagues, and I apologize.
So, thank you very much. We have now for about 45 minutes for lunch. Please come back because 2 other panels and final round table will be extremely interesting. See you.
Drugog dana. We're starting the second half of the second day of our conference. It's session 7, panel number 5, titled The Western Balkans and the EU, Some Topical Issues. Now we have like 3 papers here presented with 5 speakers. So we'll go with Nikola and Jovica first, Marko and Igor the second, and Petar is going to be left alone to his own devices for this. And they'll all be speaking, and hopefully they'll be able to manage their time well, 15 to 17 minutes each, and we'll have good time for Q&A at the end of the session. So we'll go in this order. It's Jovica and Nikola with the paper titled The European Union and Secession in Candidate States, Principles or Politics. However you like, you can proceed. We are liberal here still.
Thank you so much, Milan. Yes, so this is a paper conceived by my colleague Nikola Tucakov and I. And in viewing this conference and the general theme of the conference, we wanted to think about how we can integrate both of our research ideas and our research work into the concept of the European Union and this new wave of potential accession to the European Union. And then we thought about what the European Union is, how it wants to present itself, and where the idea of the European Union of itself comes from. And one thing that stood out to us was, of course, the idea that's known to everybody is as this normative superpower, which, although it is a military superpower and is a comparatively important economic superpower, but perhaps not the biggest economic superpower, what the European Union wanted to, at least attempted throughout the 90s and 2000s, is to build this image of a normative superpower that is attractive as such to candidate states, but also that is a model to the rest of the world as such an idea. Where do these norms play an important role? Again, we thought about an interesting subject, perhaps a niche subject, but one that maybe defined the European Union as a normative superpower at the very beginnings in 1992 and 1993, and that is the issue of contested territories and how to manage border disputes in its immediate neighborhood. Yugoslavia, as we all know, was the first case where the European Union tried to act together as a collective actor in order to implement a set of norms in solving the Yugoslav issue as an immediate neighbor, and where it first tried to establish itself not just as this wonderful economic post-World War II success story within itself, but also one that it can export those norms in its neighborhood. Unfortunately, as we all know, this did not end well because Yugoslavia turned out to be one of the bloodiest conflict, or the bloodiest conflict in the late 1990s. But this is first where we saw a set of emerging norms, particularly tied to how border and territory disputes should be managed, as suggested, or some would say imposed by the European Union. To make the long story short, thinking of this, we wanted to see how does the European Union address territorial issues in its immediate neighborhood and the assessing states today. Naturally, we thought of 4 candidate states and potential future member states that do have secessionist aspirations and active secessionist movements, or perhaps even successful secessionist movements within their territory. That one of them being, of course, Serbia, with Kosovo as the, let's say, semi-independent or fully de facto independent, but still not formally independent province of Kosovo. Moldova with the Transnistrian or Pridnestrovia province. Georgia with the Abkhazia and South Ossetia provinces. And, of course, Ukraine first with Crimea in 2014, but later on progressing to the full-scale invasion of the areas that were formerly self-declared Lugansk and Donetsk republics and beyond that. So we wanted to see whether there is a coherent set of norms that the European Union applies when addressing these issues in assessing states, right? So if these states want to join the European Union and they have contested territories, does the European Union address them in a coherent way? And of course, the example of Cyprus is very important there because this is, let's say, already tested example of how the European Union managed to semi-ignore a secessionist problem in a state that was joining the European Union and manage it in a way where it doesn't essentially solve it, but it manages to incorporate it within its framework as such. And the idea of the paper is, of course, to test whether the set of norms applied in Cyprus is applied elsewhere, and then also, of course, to test the idea whether there is a set of norms as such. Now, a cynical critic, especially, let's say, from Serbia, we hear this argument all the time, is this is our power politics, the European Union is very hypocritical, there is no set of norms. One set of norms is applied for Kosovo, another one is applied for Ukraine. This is a general argument which wouldn't make an interesting paper if we just accepted it as such, right? We believe that although there is some claims to this argumentation, that it is not as simple as it is often presented, especially in Serbian media. And we would like to put forth, let's say, rather, what would be the right word? An interesting hypothesis that there could be a general underlying norm in European behavior when addressing contested territories in its broader region, especially in the states that I mentioned. And that norm would rely on, for those of you who have read into political normative theory on secession, would be the remedial normative theory. So the remedial theory, not to take too much of your time, essentially argues that secessionist claims should be addressed in reliance to whether there is a need to remedy a past injustice or a current injustice when thinking of a secessionist region. Long story short, if human rights are being abused, if former autonomy is being constrained or taken away from a minority, the states that recognize, that wish to recognize an newly proclaimed state as such, should do so if there is a just claim to this secessionist argument. Now, of course, whether any claim is just in terms of secession is more of a political than a moral question, because essentially the union as a recognizer is the one that decides whether the set of norms is just. This is exactly what we want to see. Does the European Union, if we take the remedial argument as a starting point, apply that consistently through the examples that we mentioned? Also, it is important to state that we chose the 4 examples very carefully. So just a small methodological side note, why didn't we choose Bosnia and Herzegovina with Republika Srpska as a potential secessionist territory, or for that matter any other state? Because if we broaden the definition of a secessionist territory, every European state has a potential secessionist actor. Well, we wanted to test our approach to those as applied to those states where there are concrete movements that have actually successfully managed to act as de facto independent states to some degree, right? So Republika Srpska, although it is very much independent, it is still formally confined, at least to some degree, by the constitutional framework of Bosnia and Herzegovina. As such, it does not claim, at least in the most strict judicial sense, it does not claim to be independent as a state. Whereas we have with Kosovo, Transnistria, South Ossetia, and Abkhazia, and other examples that we have mentioned, territories that actually make the claim that they're fully independent from the host, or as it is often called in literature, the old state. So with that in mind, I don't want to take too much of your time. This was just a general broad introduction to what we want to look into. I will now give over the word to my colleague Nikola Tucakov, who will go through the cases themselves and give you a little bit of more of an empirical insight into our findings that are still, of course, being developed. So this is just an early draft of the paper that we are writing.
Yeah, thank you, dear colleague. So I'll just provide a brief overview of the EU's normative positioning in all of these 4 cases. What's important to note, first of all, is that all of these, like my colleague mentioned, present cases of self-declared independence with an ethno-national element and an element of an armed conflict. So armed conflicts have happened in each of these cases. These are not negotiated or sort of peacefully declared independence, de facto secessionist entities. So, in the case of Georgia, of course, we have a conflict in the 1990s in the wake of the dissolution of the Soviet Union. We have conflicts in South Ossetia, Abkhazia. We have, following these wars, again the 2008 Russo-Georgian War, which exacerbated this conflict. And what has the EU done? Well, the EU has sort of had its first major foray into the conflict in 2008. In brokering the initial ceasefire in the 2008 war, as well as subsequent agreement on Russian withdrawal from Georgian territory beyond these self-declared states. And since then, the EU has sort of sought to promote these, what it calls peace-building efforts, while simultaneously increasingly favoring Georgia's association and eventual membership in the EU, though we have heard yesterday some comments on Georgia's actual status as a candidate country. And this overarching commitment to peaceful negotiations and conflict management has not been exactly neutral with respect to these seceding entities. That is to say, the EU consistently supports the territorial integrity of Georgia with regard to these secessionist entities, and this has been the sort of norms that they have invoked in their overall policies on Georgia. We move on to Moldova. Very similar situation in that regard. We have a 1990 to 1992 Transnistria war and the subsequent sort of freezing of the conflict without a definite resolution. A further element, again, is that in this post-Soviet environment we have an ethno-national or ethno-linguistic, depends on how you see Transnistria nationality, element, and a high number of Russian speakers in Transnistria, as well as a Gagauz minority over there. Although the EU was initially uninvolved in this conflict, in its immediate aftermath, political tensions between Moldova and Russia after a failed proposal for Transnistrian reintegration led to a sharp turn on the part of Moldova towards a sort of EU and NATO orientation in 2003, and the EU has gained observer status within this sort of 5+2 platform for resolving the Transnistria conflict. It maintains an EU border assistance mission in Moldova, an EU partnership mission in Moldova, as well as the signing of this association agreement with the EU in 2014. And again, in its overall policies towards Moldova, the EU does pursue this sort of territorial integrity normative approach. That is to say, they aim for an eventual peaceful reunification under Moldovan sovereignty, as opposed to approaching this as a sort of two completely independent states. Now, Serbia, of course, presents a interesting case. Of course, here the intervention that happened was not a Russian-backed intervention, as opposed to the previous two cases with regards to the secessionist conflict. There was a NATO intervention. There was a UN Security Council resolution that established an interim administration in Kosovo, and then a unilateral declaration of independence in 2008. What is different here is that, unlike the Georgian and Moldovan cases, the majority of EU member states do recognize Kosovan independence, and this has somewhat complicated an overall EU position on Serbia's territorial integrity vis-a-vis Kosovo. This is most apparent, of course, in the ongoing negotiations for Serbian accession, in that famous Chapter 35, where Serbia is tasked with achieving a sort of normalization with Pristina, and this normalization has elements of we would say withdrawal of full Serbian sovereignty over the territory. Of course, this is in line with Brussels agreements, but we have not yet seen a fully articulated overall common foreign policy of asking for a recognition of Kosovo on the part of the EU. This is, of course, because there is not a complete consensus among member states, but we have this element of a normalization dialogue that is not present in any of the other cases, actually, and this is what somewhat complicates the Serbian example as opposed to the others. Of course, Crimea is perhaps the most burning question. It is complicated also because we have an ongoing conflict. So after the 2014 sort of invasion and annexation of Crimea, the declaration of independence by these two people's republics, they have afterwards been declared as annexed by Russia as parts of Russia, and as it stands, the EU does not recognize Russian sovereignty over these, neither over the oblasts of Kherson and Zaporizhia, despite of course, Russia not establishing full control over these territories. It certainly claims it, and the current, of course, position of the EU has been a consistent invoking of this set of norms of territorial integrity, of fully recognizing Ukrainian sovereignty. With regards to this, but of course, pending the resolution of the war, we will see actually whether these norms can be derogated to certain other norms. So, this is just a brief overview of these cases. So what conclusions can we draw based on this normative, based on these normative theories of secession that we have regarded as crucial in evaluating their own theoretical validity and the behavior of the EU? Well, first of all, All observed cases present typical problems for normative secession theories. These are exactly the kind of cases that normative secession theories have sort of appeared to try and explain and find answers to. Second, on the level of norms, the EU has an almost consistent line of actually supporting territorial integrity of candidate states, though in the case of Serbia, as I mentioned, this is somewhat complicated. Therefore, this norm of territorial integrity has sort of actually overall taken precedence over certain other norms that the EU counts in its normative repertoire, particularly these norms of full respect for human rights, for political autonomies, and of course minority rights, and etc., etc. That are actually sort of, at least allegedly, also part of the same normative basis that remedial theories of secession have been sort of constructed to address. So while remedial secession, especially as advocated by one of its most prominent theorists, Alan Buchanan, while it has the ostensible aim of protecting the same body of human rights, which is frequently found at the center of EU's normative discourse, only one such case, namely that of Kosovo, has historically garnered sufficient support for a majority of member states to actually extend recognition on this basis, and for the EU as a whole to divert support from full support for territorial integrity to sort of this normalization of relations approach as the guiding principle in negotiating with the candidate state of Serbia. I'm coming to my conclusion. So we further recognize, of course, there is an element of geopolitics at play. There is a clear difference, especially currently observable, between, Russian involvement and NATO involvement. Most EU member states are NATO states. So there is also this consideration to take into account. But we conclude essentially that EU's normative positioning in secession within candidate states with ongoing accession negotiations or simply candidate status reflects, of course, both internal consensus and geopolitical considerations. Nonetheless, in no case has there been an outright recognition of a seceding entity within a candidate country as an independent state. And so these human rights concerns, allegedly at the center of remedial theories, are effectively overridden by a concern with territorial integrity and respect for existing state borders in its conduct towards potential member states, contrary to what many, for example, here in common discourse, common political discourse, may tell you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jovica and Nikola. We'll have some questions for you for sure. Let's move on to Marko and Igor. Who is going to go first? Their title is Security and Defense in the Western Balkans, Current Trends and Scenarios in the Absence of EU Enlargement.
Yes. So basically, our research focus in the research was first, contemporary security and defense dynamics in the Western Balkans. Secondly, to answer to the question, what are structural trends that are defining the regional security environment? And, of course, how these trends may evolve if there is no credible path towards the EU integration. First, of course, we are talking about the region, and the Western Balkans remains still a sensitive space, which is, of course, shaped by the legacy of past conflicts, unresolved political disputes, as colleagues just said, and of course continued engagement of external actors, and probably the most important ones are NATO and the EU. And of course, security dynamics in the region is increasingly influenced by two dimensions. First is internal fragmentation of the region, so we have a competition between the states in the region, and of course external expectations. Region is not a stranger to the rest of Europe or the trends in the rest of Europe. So there is a visible rising of the defense expenditures. It is steadily increasing across the region in each one of the actors. And but what is different probably than in the rest of Europe is that this trend is driven by a combination of factors, and this is perceived security threats, alliance-related expectations, and again, as I said previously, competitive dynamics in the region. Regarding the external actors, of course, we all know that first NATO demanded 2% of GDP for defense-related spending, and in the past few years, this request has risen to 5% of GDP per country. And of course, this is further reinforcing the trajectory in the region. Of course, in addition to that, there is an immediate effect on military modernization and procurement. States in the Western Balkans are accelerating, and they are purchasing advanced weapon systems, including, for example, in the case of Serbia, air defense capabilities, precision weapons, surveillance technologies, but also offensive air technologies such as drones. Of course, many are now commenting this as that there is, in effect, a regional arms race. What is an additional element that we also observed is that there are obviously new forms of regional security cooperation. So we are not just talking about NATO or the EU or Partnership for Peace, but new sort of autonomous initiatives like it was Tirana Declaration that involved Croatia, Albania, and Kosovo, and which actually created an immediate response coming from Belgrade, which emphasized its bilateral partnership, which is another dimension with Hungary, which is now the question is if this partnership became obsolete with the fall of Viktor Orban from power. Of course, as I mentioned, there is this external element to the whole story, and this is first NATO's demand, or demand from NATO to increase defense spending, so defense-related spending, because it's not all for full-fledged defense, right? But certain parties are also devoted to the civilian. Sorry? Total defense. Yeah, and then there is EU with its program Readiness 2030, or Rearm Europe as it was initially called, and SAFE framework. But the problem is that Western Balkans is not, of course, integrated within. So, these influences are also creating, first, pushing countries towards more spending, but also it's creating structural tensions. What is the basic problem within the region is the persistent trust deficit between the countries. Countries lack trust in between because there are historical grievances, unresolved disputes, of course, and political narratives, and there is a constant suspicion regarding the intentions of the other side. And of course, this is increasing the security dilemma in the region because we're talking about the interaction of increasing defense expenditures, arms procurement, low trust levels, but also the misuse by political actors who are, of course, trying to present these successes in a way that their country in question will be able to do something in the future that was previously not in position to do. Meaning that any action taken by one state is triggering the reaction of the others. And now I will pass to Marko.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Igor, and thank you for having us. Just to continue where Igor has ended his part of presentation, actually this statement that we are now stronger than ever is an easy statement to make because it can only be tested in the context of an armed conflict. And this has been for a long time, I would say, something difficult to imagine happening again in our region. And we are not, of course, stating in our paper that this is the inevitable end game for the region of Western Balkans, far from it. But we do have two scenarios in mind, and we will conclude with that. What worries us is that there is no second guessing of rising defense expenditures. We've seen twofold, threefold, fourfold increases country by country, year by year. This goes for all societies, with the exception of, to an extent, Montenegro and Bosnia and Herzegovina for internal reasons, but we're also seeing trends there that might hint a possibility of more significant rearmament happening soon. We are seeing rising defense spending, but not necessarily militarization. That's also one peculiarity, we would say, because there is actually resistance to this, and there is hesitation on the part of political elites. There's also the question of whether you need to militarize one society in order to prepare for a limited conflict. Also, a lot of what is taking place could be described as posturing. So there is a lot of posturing, and again, because entering an armed conflict is incredibly risky, and posturing has become, in a way, part and parcel of the policy. We looked at many different examples. It is a way of communicating, it is a way of signaling to others in the region. We look at, I would say, many political leaders today. For instance, one example is Kurti in Kosovo. And if posturing is one way of communicating, then its symbol is, to say half jokingly, the omnipresent drone and the drone operator sitting somewhere in dark and silence. Also, another, I would say, factor of concern is that we do not see, or security and defense is not part of discussions in this, what remains of the Western Balkan framework for cooperation, in a sense. We talk about Berlin process, we talk about many different processes that have been taking place, many regional initiatives, but none of them anymore is actually all-encompassing, apart from defense ministerial for Southeast Europe, which is really kind of a marginal, if maybe that's not too strong of a description, initiative taking place. When you look at the Adriatic Charter, the A5, the different formats, they're mostly within. So, and it's clear that one country, which is an outlier here, is Serbia, to an extent Bosnia, and then there are the others on the other side who are more or less aspiring to become fully integrated into Euro-Atlantic structures. So we had several scenarios in mind. We've narrowed it down to two, basically. One is what we in the abstract called controlled competition, but really it's more like supervised competition. And here we expect supervision to come, of course, from someone else, from another source, which is open for interpretation and definitely in question today. And this, of course, demands an interest and tension coming from the West, and there is no guarantee that this will continue to be the case. However, this is still the more realistic scenario. The other scenario actually looks at fragmentation as complete opposite of the ongoing integration processes. And this fragmentation implies that there is no interest whatsoever, that the West has lost most of its appeal and most of its power in the region, let alone the idea or the ability to project power, because this has also been, I think, brought into question in recent events. And this is where we see actually a lot of space for different outcomes, arguably different actors stepping in, although they all have their own constraints. And this is also going to be part of our paper once we complete it. And there are two findings at the very end that I would like to, findings or something I think that we found out in the end. One thing is that I mentioned that there is really very little second guessing of defense spending. And the other is that actually something that has been forgotten, that strengthening transparency in defense, value that has also been somehow forgotten or put aside in all these processes, is actually a confidence building measure. no one in the region anymore is talking about confidence building measures, and we find this very concerning. Thank you.
Thank you, Marko and Igor. Just switch. No, just once. It has.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you so much. We'll get back to the topic later at the Q&A. The last panelist for this panel is our colleague Petar Ćurčić with the topic Germany and the European integration of the Western Balkans in the time of Zeitenwende or Epochenbruch, between normative optimism and geopolitical realism. Peter, go.
So, Milan, thanks for your introduction. I will read my speech in order to be as precise as possible. So, public awareness in Serbia regarding the Germany's stance on the European integration of the Serbia and the wider Western Balkan region remains limited. Although a few years ago, the confession of a politician initiated an internal debate about Berlin's role in the whole process. Namely, Čedomir Jovanović, a former deputy prime minister of Serbia, a close associate of the prime minister Zoran Đinđić, and a prominent advocate of the Euro-Atlantic integration, reflected on his experiences accompanying Đinđić on a visit to Germany in February 2003, few weeks before Đinđić's tragic death. In his testimony, Jovanović recounted a meeting between Đinđić and the German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, facilitated by the diplomat at the head of the United Nations mission in Kosovo, Mihail Steiner, and according to Jovanović, Zoran answers him, "Because I want Serbia in Europe." And Schröder tells him, "Well, you are a bigger Europe than me. You look at how you look, how you speak, but Serbia will never be the European Union. The borders of the EU are the borders of the Habsburg monarchy plus the front towards Russia." And so they parted ways. Inspired by the statement of the Čedomir Jovanović, the screenwriters of the Saber TV series, which was recently broadcasted on the radio television of Serbia, included this dialogue in the last episode of the show. Eurosceptics found the Jovanović testimony as a confirmation of their own thesis about the Germany's conspiracy against Serbia. However, the critics, such as a former prime minister successor of Đinđić, Zoran Živković, consider Jovanović's statement to be inaccurate and pretentious. Therefore, in order to clean all this mess, the aim of the presentation is to point out the role of the Germany in the process of the European integration, not only Serbia, but also in the Western Balkans. So, first of all, I would like to elaborate more about the background of the German position on the Western Balkan integration. After the introduction of the Copenhagen criteria in the accession process, the Amsterdam Agreement of the Common Foreign and Security Policy further refined the EU Common Foreign and Security Policy, laying the ground for the expansion. The European Union signaled its commitment to a regional approach toward the Western Balkans. In 1997, the EU launched regional approach, emphasizing cooperation and political instability to the trade liberalization, financial aid, and bilateral agreements between the states. However, Albania and Macedonia remain only partially engaged, while the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia was excluded due to non-compliance with Dayton Accords and internal political issues, particularly concerning the Albanian minority in Kosovo. In December 1988, the European Council report, where the Kosovo crisis dominated the agenda, democratization of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia was deemed essential to the regional stability, alongside the cooperation with the International Tribunal for the Crime Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. The EU expressed support for Milo Đukanović reforms in Montenegro, normalization efforts in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and refugee return initiatives in Croatia. It welcomed the cooperation of the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia and endorsed Albania's constitutional and economic reforms. At the Cologne European Council in June 1999, the emphasis was placed on resolving the refugee crisis in Kosovo and advancing regional stability throughout the Stability Pact for Southeastern Europe. Yugoslavia was required to meet conditions for participation, while Montenegro, as a part of Yugoslavia, recognized as a fully beneficiary due to its democratic trajectory. The summits in Zagreb in 2000 and at Thessaloniki in the summer of 2003 were merely a continuation of this politics. The Germany's role evolved further under the Chancellor Angela Merkel. During her visit to Hungary in 2007, Chancellor Merkel spoke with the then leader of the opposition, Viktor Orban, and together they concluded that the entry of the Western Balkans into the EU is necessary. Germany has also been the driving force behind the Berlin process during the 2010s, and the initiative emphasizes the integration in transport, energy, and the youth exchange in the region. Germany has also been military present in Bosnia and Kosovo for a decade. At its peak in Kosovo, for example, Germany contributed 6,000 soldiers, through the number has been reduced to a symbolic presence of the 50 soldiers. Security cooperation extends beyond military presence. Germany has prioritized arms controls, particularly the fight against illegal light weapons, training 1,500 border guards in Bosnia and Herzegovina to counter smuggling networks. These measures were partly motivated by the links between the Balkans arms trafficking and the terrorist attacks in Paris in 2014. Such initiatives are embedded within the Berlin process, which promotes regional cooperation and especially stability. By the late 2021, the public debate in Germany reflected renewed interest in enlargement, particularly regarding Serbia, Montenegro, Kosovo, Albania, and North Macedonia. The new traffic light coalition government supported the enlargement through the tensions between the Greens and the FDP, the Liberals, highlighted the concerns about EU absorption capacity, raising questions about the pace of the integration and the Germans' responsibility in countering Russian influence in the region. So, second point is geopolitics and EU enlargement in the Western Balkans. After the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the situation changed rapidly in the process of the European integration. German Chancellor Scholz's famous Zeitenwende speech announced the active German foreign and security policy. This was followed not only by the initiative of additional armaments, but also by the proposals of the internal reform of the EU, which was especially reflected during the Chancellor's speech at the Charles University in Prague in August 2022. This establishment of the policy of the active Germany, which strives for the geopolitical reconfiguration of the EU in accordance with the existing normative framework. Even then, the leader of the opposition, and now the Chancellor Friedrich Merz, who almost completely implemented Scholz's paradigm using the new term Epochenbruch, didn't denounce this policy. Changes has also occurred in the European integration of the Western Balkans. The German Chancellor Scholz underscored describing the 2-decade delay in enlargement as shameful, stressing that the integration is not altruism but a matter of credibility, economic rationality, and a security peace in Europe in the wake of the Russia's war against Ukraine. The other party leaders of then ruling coalition also followed the official policy. Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock reinforced the geopolitical stakes, warning against allowing Russia or the other actors to establish influence in the Balkans. Thomas Hecke of the FDP emphasized the Russians' aggression against Ukraine accelerated EU enlargement debate, while Adis Ahmetović of SPD highlighted the Western Balkans' strategic importance. Boris Mijatović of the Greens warned that the failure to deliver on EU promises risk leaving space for Russia, China, and other external actors. Chancellor Scholz, during a visit of a contingent in Kosovo, emphasizes the mission's importance in curbing violence and consolidating peace. Germany has also considered resuming participation in operation in Bosnia and underscoring its commitment to preventing security vacuum. Germany has acknowledged Montenegro's, Albania's, Northern Macedonia's, and Kosovo alignment with EU sanctions against Russia and its humanitarian response to Ukrainian refugees. On the other hand, Germany is very dissatisfied with the behavior of the leadership of Republika Srpska entity in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Germany's officials have called for a sanction against the individuals undermining the Dayton framework. Despite continued dissatisfaction with Germany, together with Austria, Slovenia, and Croatia, were particularly vocal in supporting Bosnia's candidate status, despite the country's failure to meet 14 reform conditions outlined in 2016. The position of Serbia is very complex in this regard. On the one hand, the Germany side insists on harmonizing Serbian EU foreign policy in all points, including sanctions against Russia. There is also dissatisfaction with the actors of the Russian and especially Chinese companies in Serbia. Some politicians argue that Serbia's refusal to align with EU sanctions should trigger restriction on the funding and negotiations. However, the German Chancellor Merz recently stated, "We have clearly told President Vučić that Serbia has an open path to the European Union. However, Serbia must decide where it stands. Balancing between Russia, China and EU is not possible. Serbia must clearly decide where it sees its future. And if Serbia's answer is Europe, then the Europe's answer is Serbia." The unresolved Kosovo question remains a focal point. German policymakers argued that Serbia must recognize Kosovo's independence while ensuring protection for the Kosovo Serbs. For the official Berlin since 2007, Serbia should adopt the model of the two Germanys in solving the Kosovo issues. This would mean that Belgrade would not have to recognize Pristina as independent, but it would have to respect its sovereignty of the territory, resolve the technical matters, and de facto maintain their diplomatic relations. On the other hand, Serbia is the most important economic and political partner in the region due to its own size and the influence, especially in Bosnia and Kosovo, which is why further escalation is avoided. Migration represents another dimension of the Germany's engagement. Refugee flows from the Western Balkans have often been driven by economic hardship rather than a persecution. Germany responded by opening legal pathways via labor migration while expressing dissatisfaction with Serbia's visa policies, which diverge from EU standards and facilitate irregular migration. Interior Ministry Feđa has called for harmonization of Serbia's visa regime with EU norms, particularly in light of increased arrivals from Burundi, Cuba, Syria, Afghanistan, and the Balkan routes. The recent joint non-paper by the France and the Germany of intensified cooperation and gradually integrating the Western Balkans and the Moldova into EU institutions has aroused a great interest. However, these are proposals that have been circulating especially after 2022. For example, Austria has positioned itself as a strong advocate of the Balkan integration, citing historical ties and strategic interest. Austrian diplomacy emphasized gradual integration, allowing candidate states to join EU structures sectorally as criteria are met. Germany has apparently adopted the Austrian proposal and further elaborated it with Paris. The third point is geoeconomics. The various geoeconomic strategies reflect Germany's broader aim to strengthen supply chain resilience and support of EU green agenda, which were supposed to be a response on dependence on China. Germany promotes investment in Turkey, Albania and Serbia, while also diversifying into Africa and South America to mitigate risk of expropriation, instability and over-reliance to China. Germany has also expressed interest in Serbia lithium reserves to reduce dependence on China, encouraging investments by the firms such as Mercedes. While controversial, Berlin insists on a strict environment standards in resource exploitation. The EU, with the German backing, has invested heavily in regional energy infrastructure to promote self-sufficiency. These initiatives align with the EU growth plan for the Western Balkans, which envisions 6 billion euros in investments in order to bridge the common regional market with the European single market. Germany has positioned itself as a key actor in advancing energy and economic integration in the Western Balkans. It also supported the construction of LNG terminals and cross-border supply system linking Croatia, Slovenia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, formalized through the Energy Declaration in November 2022. And the fourth and the final point is about values and the democratic deficits in the Western Balkans. Germany's engagement with the Western Balkans has long been framed as a values-based foreign policy, yet its practice reveals contradictions. After the election of the new government in 2021 and the establishment of the new policy after the start of the war in Ukraine, the German authorities were very critical of Angela Merkel's actions. That relations with individual parties have changed is evident from the statement by a senior officials. Josip Juratović of SPD described the Berlin process as a traveling circus that legitimized compromise elites, while Merkel's policy of privileging stability over democracy. The Greens and Social Democrats call for sanctions against Serbian government, exposing the EU's failure to confront stability threats. The traffic light German government signals a break. Serbia will no longer enjoy Merkel-era privileges and equal treatment of the Balkan states is demanded. Berlin condemned nationalist rhetoric of the All Serbian Assembly and the Dodik's as threats in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The situation changed somewhat after the CDU came to power, and Minister Johan Wadafel visited Belgrade in November 2025. His visit was organized in a such way that the Serbian government was called upon to respect the rule of law, democracy, freedom of assembly, and the freedom of media. At the same time, he also called on Belgrade to align itself with the EU's foreign policy. On the other hand, Wadafel stressed that Montenegro and Albania must meet the criteria in order to progress in EU accession negotiations, leaving open the possibility that it is not only a matter of geopolitical imperatives, but also of respecting the entire process and its rules. So I hope that I, in this presentation, just reflected that the Germany's position was far more complex than Jovanović thought, and that Jovanović's idea was somehow out of touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Petar, and thanks to all the panelists with their time management. Especially we have like 15 minutes or even more, so a bit more for Q&A session. I'll open the floor. Okay, Irina, koleginica, I then Stevan. You don't need mics, so. That's an easy question, of course. I mean, if you, I mean, maybe not 5 of you, just to be with time and. Hoćeš ti prvi, tebi je najlakše. Or do you want to hear a second question and then to kind of rethink the second question? Okay, let's hear the second question, also so they can think on the first one as well. Yes.
Today from one of the panelists in informal discussion is that would the European Union itself be able to accede as a candidate to the European Union today? You know, that is the question, especially with you mentioning the Copenhagen criteria. So in my personal opinion, 30 years is a long time. A lot has changed. Think of 1990 and everything since that has happened since then. So it's hard to predict. But I tend to be hopeful in terms of that the European Union has shown with all the challenges some resilience in overcoming issues. in a better or a worse way, but it has never given up on the project. So I think there will be a way to incorporate solutions to those problems. Just a most broad answer. To your specific concerns, thank you very much for the very, very specific and useful critique of the paper. Of course, this is more still at a notion and idea, so there's a lot of methodological challenges to take into account. Is it great power politics? I thought when I finished my explanation, my elaboration here, that I should be more precise. It is exactly great power politics, and we're not looking to evaluate whether the European Union is necessarily moral when it aligns with a particular set of values, that it evaluates different secession cases, that it evaluates different secession in these cases on that basis. We're looking whether it can explain, make a coherent explanation that makes internal sense to itself as a whole, regardless of our moral judgment of whether such an explanation is holds some moral threshold or not. We're just looking at it, can the European Union at this very point, with all the different actors that you mentioned, actually give a coherent explanation to itself and then to others as a precedent to be a normative superpower. So I don't know if I made myself clear in that regard.
Can I add a comment on that?
Go ahead, yes?
Yeah, I would just like to add a comment to that. I mean, it also comes back to what actually the research question is, because I don't think our aim is to explain a mechanism of EU behavior per se. It is to examine whether these patterns of behavior are actually conceptually rooted in a coherent theory of secession, which do exist. So at the same time, you can consider this as a sort of measurement of practice versus theory against a certain theory, by which we conclude that there is a gap. But this gap is interesting because there is a sort of ostensible normative, quite a large normative overlap between what this theory claims to protect, to exist in order to protect, and what the EU ostensibly invokes as its central norms. But on the side of practice, we see a sort of that this theory cannot actually fully explain, despite this ostensible normative overlap, the behavior of the EU. But whereas the actual mechanisms of EU behavior may as well be explained by great power politics. But I don't think that was precisely the research question that we were aiming to answer. I think that's a different paper.
Okay. To Irina's question, very good question. I was listening to discussions this morning and thinking, I mean, it's not going to be a peace project in 30 years. I mean, it's, I think, already obvious. I mean, a different entity altogether, rather a fortress Europe that's, well, if you are in, and I think that the main question right now for this region is what kind of membership. This is something that we really don't know. It's hard to understand. I've been reading some of the proposals. I don't understand the sequencing. I don't understand how. Honestly, I don't even see the benefits. But I'm interested in the cohesion funds. So my question is when the cohesion funds are going to kick in. That's, I think, and I think right now that's the question on many people's minds. The Europe of values, and I'm sorry to say, but I think that's gone, and it's been gone for some time now. And I think it's important that we open. I mean, I think eyes are open by now, and also when it comes to the EU was at its strongest before a country would join and become a member. Look at the example of Croatia. And then it's really up to that society to fight with itself, whether it can, doesn't have to agree on anything, but has to be civilized in a way, to have a civilized debate and a civilized process, an orderly process, normalcy. These are the things that we are hoping. And of course, rule of law plays a role somewhere. I also look at experiences of Romania. There was this one institution that is looked upon with, I mean, the prosecutor and with certain great expectations, but it was because of the internal processes in Romania that came long after it became a member. So it's rather, I think, I'm not even certain about the transformative context anymore.
Well, in my view, the EU still has transformative power as itself, right? The problem there is what is on the table. So if there is a credible promise that a certain country, if we are talking about that, will become a member state, then there is tit for tat. Then there is an ability to demand certain reforms. The problem is when we have a prolonged process that is dragging. And for example, just look what is happening in Montenegro. These reforms that are happening there are far from ideal. I mean, any informed observer would tell you that this is a bit rushed, that there are lots of problems with that. However, there will be certain standards that will be achieved. There will be certain changes, and of course, the accession treaty for Montenegro, at least that is the buzzword right now, will be a blueprint for the future accessions. Meaning that within it, we will see whether there will be transitory mechanisms, monitoring periods, concrete tools to ensure that the reforms are actually implemented and they do not just remain on paper like some say in some other countries it happened, right? Thank you.
Steven is next.
Petar, you can combine your answer. So, I mean, the title is very provoking, interesting, and I expected a bit more light on that. What is that geopolitical realism? You basically inform us about these basic normative actions are actually political actions which Germany introduced, I mean, in the norms and processes and so about your enlargement, but I didn't see that answer to the or correction of that what Cheda Jovanović said, I mean, in your presentation. I mean, this is normative actions, but I would link to conclude that Germany was not at least very enthusiastic about enlargement into the Western Balkans, and there is definitely not that enthusiasm as was regarding Croatia, for example, accession. And you also didn't mention that the German opposition to the basically done deal between Serbia and Kosovo about in 2018, which was strongly supported by Austria. You mentioned Austria. Austria, we can say that is traditionally supporting expansion to the Western Balkans, and that deal was about the border. I mean, remarking the borders between two countries and actually Serbia and Kosovo, and basically it looked supported by EU officials, by Mogherini, who was then the High Commissioner, the Austria government, but Germany, including Merkel, I mean, who was there. So this is unacceptable, any redrawing borders on the Balkans for Germany, which actually did not allow the deal to go. So can you say what exactly is the geopolitical realism or German understanding of German political reality?
Well, thank you for your elaboration, and also Stefan for his provocative question. Well, for the EU enlargement enthusiasm in Germany, I think, well, I'm historian, so we have to thoroughly examine the sources. So there is a willingness in Germany, in whole German administration, from the Kohl, Schröder, Merkel, Scholz, and now Merz, for the enlargement policies. Croatia's status is a little bit different because the German political intellectual elite has made some very much effort in separating Croatia from the Western Balkan context in order to to join the Croatia and to become Croatia the member of the EU. But in that sense, the Kosovo partition of Kosovo is that sense the interpretation of the normative-based foreign policy. But not only Germany, but also UK has some sort of the criticism towards the partition of the Kosovo and the border change. It was actually some unilateral agreement between back then Trump administration and their initiatives, with some sympathies in France towards them, but actually Germany and the UK blocked the whole process. So in that sense, I think that that idea is still obsolete because they try to maintain Kosovo as a separate entity in order to fulfill and to fill them with all that normative political stuff and to create it as a separate, not only for the Serbia but also for Albania, because the German foreign political trajectory following for the 1990s to 2020s is that this region has really problematic past and a very complex structure, not only in ethnic minorities but also post-conflict societies, also very poor economic circumstances as well. So in that sense, the integration of the whole region, the absorption of the whole region is very complex and difficult. So Germany supported the integration of Montenegro. In that sense, France actually blocked the whole process, or actually have some doubts about it. So in that sense, Germany supported the integration not only of Kosovo, but also of Albania and Macedonia. Even President Steinmeier actually supported Macedonia's identity policy in conflict with Bulgaria, but Bulgaria has their own political stance. I don't want to make some influence on that issue. So that is my answer. So about the revisionist policies of Germany and militarization that Sevan has mentioned, well, I'm not so sure, because you have to deal with the structural analysis of the German military in the European context. So Germany has no nuclear weapons. The whole deterrence is actually based on USA presence in Germany ever since the Second World War. You have the treaties with the UK in 2024 and 2025. Both administrations, Scholz and Merz, actually align with the UK. Also, there is a significant deal with the France. They renew it constantly from, I think, between 10 and or 15 years. There is some sort of the period that there have such those of agreements. So Germany militarization policy is provoked by this process, but retrospectively, the Germany has invested less than its peak during the Cold War. So 50 years after the Second World War, Germany actually spent more than 5% of its GDP to military. In comparison today, West Germany, yes, West Germany. In comparison, the new Germany, so United Germany, last year invested a little bit more than 2% of its GDP. So in comparison, I think that, and also there is a military conscription It used to be in West Germany. Nowadays, there is a huge opposition of that process in Germany. So I'm not so sure that the process of Germany's militarization is linear in that sense. So, and about reforms, I would like a little bit more to comment about Irina's thought. Well, I'm not the expert of the whole European policy, but in Germany's stance, I think that Germany will still support its subsidiarity concept. So federalized, but still with some sort of the autonomy. It will be the problem, especially in relation with the France, who actually are the advocate of the closer union. So we will see the whole dynamics, but still I think that Germany will trying to maintain its autonomy. So that's my answer.
Okay. I think we're a few minutes late, but time management is still good. I'll wrap this panel up. We have 5 minutes short break, and then we'll continue with the penultimate panel for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for coming back to this next to last session. Okay, so we will now continue with session 8. Panel 6, Serbia and the EU topical issues. Now, unfortunately, this is somewhat of an unusual circumstance. We do not yet have the two central speakers present here. Mr. Petar Milutinović, our colleague, has kindly excused himself due to unforeseen circumstances, so I will read a short paragraph of his a work that he kindly asked me to present here in his name. Miss Baklaya, we hope that she will arrive very soon, so we do not have information on her absence. But nevertheless, Mr. Uroš Popadić is here with us today. Uroš is a PhD candidate at the Faculty of Political Science at the University of Belgrade, and he is affiliated with the European movement in Serbia, where he has been active, if I'm not mistaken, with the research forum of the European movement. His presentation examines the consequences of Serbia's non-alignment with EU policy on the war in Ukraine for the country's accession process. Without further ado, since we do not have the other speakers, please take your liberty with the time, but do keep it within the confines of the practice that we had thus far.
Well, thank you very much. I suppose in line with the practice is 15 minutes per speaker, which gives me roughly 45 minutes, which I'm kidding. I won't take as long, but well, I was thinking it will be difficult to be the last in the panel, but at the end I'm the first, so you see how Bob Dylan would say, he who was last will later be first, right? I will be talking about the consequences of non-alignment with the EU's foreign policy and security policy related to the conflict in Ukraine. So why is this interesting to me? There seems to be this notion in Serbia that it's easy to maintain this multi-vector policy of, as it's often derisively called, sitting on several chairs, and the idea is we can just keep our heads down and wait for the conflict to be over, and then our EU path will continue. And of course the topic of the EU path is complicated, as Dr. Pavlović discussed, and our EU path has been very long and interesting. But I'm only looking at the influence of this past few years. So I don't think that after the end of the conflict, which has to end, if not this year, perhaps next year, but eventually it has to end, I don't think it will bring things to, you know, post quo ante, as things were before. I think it will have long-term consequences for the strategic identity of Serbia. So basically this repeated non-alignment with the foreign policy will have lasting negative consequences for a session. And this is because alignment is not just a technical issue, it is an identity signaling practice. So in the theoretical framework, I consider that through repeated foreign policy behavior and through the discourse used to justify this behavior, Serbia is externally perceived by the EU as strategically distant and unreliable, and only partially compatible with the Union's geopolitical direction. So if we look at the yearly reports that the European Union gives, and if we look 5 years back. We will see that Montenegro, for example, and Albania and North Macedonia are considered to be fully aligned with European foreign policy, with Serbia often being, well, always being criticized for this. So I try to contest the assumption that once the conflict ends, the pressure on Serbia will disappear and that the future expansion communications and the reports of the EU will suddenly be positive. I in fact think that the consequences will persist because the EU will no longer be looking at individual acts of alignment, but will interpret this repeated behavior as an evidence of Serbia's long-term strategic identity. So my central research question, which I developed, is whether this non-alignment will be expected to continue producing negative effects on accession even after the end of the conflict. And the answer I suggest is that probably yes, because this is now not a temporary policy disagreement, but more of a question of trust, reputation, credibility, and strategic compatibility. So as you can expect, the paper has a constructivist logic, by which Serbia's foreign policy is not only explained through material interest or pragmatic calculation, but rather through identity narratives, role performance, and external recognition. It would mean that Serbia's narratives of neutrality, sovereignty, its historical closeness with non-EU actors like Russia, and its focus on independent and sovereign foreign policy making actually shape how it justifies its foreign policy non-alignment. And the EU will read this behavior as an evidence of its strategic distance and disharmony with European foreign policy. And well, I don't need to repeat what everyone else has said. We live in a different geopolitical context where security issues are primary. We've heard various lectures on the EU's transformative power weakening, its civilian power weakening, normative power. This all seems like an idea of an EU of yesterday. And the first thing I ask myself is, now that we're trying to join the EU after how many years? We became a candidate in 2012, we applied in 2009. This is not really the same EU that we're applying to, and we're not playing with the same rules anymore. It's a different kind of union, and it's a different kind of focus. So I start with contextualizing Serbia's foreign policy in relation to the EU and its enlargement. The EU, as I mentioned, has traditionally been linked to a liberal democratic transformation, peace building, and stabilization. We have works of people like Agestam, like Manners, like Diaz, who stress this dimension. However, increasingly we have works like people like Haakonson who talk about the geopolitical commission, a geopolitical European Union. And I even asked questions of my colleagues about this. Do they see a more strategic union, a more defense union? This seems the direction in which it's going, actually. But of course, it's a long-term process, and constitutionally, the EU cannot yet accept it. But normatively, it might be changing. So why is this important for us? This security dimension is more explicit now. In all of the multilateral forums that we've had, the Berlin process, the EU Western Balkan Summit, we've seen it in the Brussels Declaration, recently in Tivat, we've seen it previously in Montenegro. Every time there's a multilateral forum, the main focus is alignment with European foreign policy, especially in relation to the conflict in Ukraine, and this has been put forward as the main criteria for accession. And we see in the opposite example of Montenegro, for example, that full alignment with the foreign policy has in fact accelerated its course. Now, we could argue whether Montenegro has become more democratic than Serbia. I don't honestly see it. But they are more aligned, and so they have a fast-track process, which does signify that this entire process of enlargement is now a geopolitical one. So why is this important for our context? Yes, the EU has enlargement fatigue. It has inconsistent conditionality. It prioritizes stability in a kind of stabilocracy, and this is not something new. They prioritize stability for the last decade, but now it's placed in a kind of context where security is primary. We've seen an increase of defense budgets in the NATO members of the EU, and this is now significant. And at the beginning of every communication, it starts and ends with security and alignment. So, the key point here, vis-a-vis the theoretical framework based on constructivism, foreign policy behavior would communicate Serbia's identity. So every time Serbia refuses to align or justifies this non-alignment, it deepens this characteristic mistrust between the EU and Serbia. Because what is the idea now? If you want to join the European Union, you have to fully accept its foreign policy norms and ideas, and if you don't, then you're seen as unreliable. And I think the main problem here is actually in the veto question. Why is our accession actually slowed down? If we look at it from the perspective of the EU, you have 5 countries in the Western Balkans, and if each of the 5 countries have the veto power, we've seen what happened with Slovakia, what happened with Hungary. A single country can stop the European Union's foreign policy because it's not qualified majority voting, it's consensus-based voting. And if you have partners or member states who are not aligned with your foreign policy, you're only creating problems for yourself in the long term. So, as Serbia's interests are shaped by its identity signaling would show the EU that its interests are not aligned and not compatible. Serbia's foreign policy choices reproduce its foreign policy identity at the same time. So every time we do something, it's not just a short-term problem, it's not just 2024, 2025, it's a long-term process of how the European Union perceives actually our foreign policy identity and our reliability. So Serbia is strategically ambiguous in some sense of the word. Its repeated non-alignment, its discourse about sovereignty, neutrality, historical partnerships, its cooperation with non-EU states like the United States, Russia, and China actually shows that it is formally European but not aligned with it as a geopolitical project. So you could even argue it's not fully aligned in liberal democratic standards, but that's now sort of the secondary thing when it comes to enlargement. So, if a candidate repeatedly refuses to align during a geopolitical crisis, this is a signal of limited strategic reliability. And in today's dangerous environment for the EU, this is crucial. The EU is now increasingly a security actor. It's not only asking if candidate states can accept its rules, but whether they share its strategic threat perceptions and geopolitical orientation. So, unless Serbia considers the same forces to be a threat to the EU, it will not be seen as compatible with the EU's overall foreign policy. As I mentioned, Serbia then reproduces a role identity based on strategic ambiguity, sovereignty, neutrality, limited normative commitment to the EU, and skepticism of supranationalism. And as the EU is essentially a supranational union, and Serbia focuses on its, at least the current government focuses on its independence and sovereignty and refusal to play according to rules that are set to it, it is seen as sort of not being a team player at the European level. So I treat alignment as a manifestation of strategic identity. And in this geopolitical crisis, these repeated acts and non-acts acquire greater meaning because non-actions are as important as action. What Serbia doesn't do or fails to do is as important as what it actually does. And of course, how it justifies it, its discourse is equally important because now foreign policy is not only seen as what we do, but how we frame threats and how we contextualize ourselves within this. And Serbia's repeated decision not to, for example, engage in sanctions against Russia is the clearest example of this. So what I've seen in the empirical evidence so far is that EU officials increasingly treat alignment as a test of strategic belonging, increasingly focus on it, and non-alignment becomes connected to a loss of credibility and trust and suitability for deeper integration. And there is very little contestation of Serbia's official policy in wider society and even in the opposition. This refusal to align is actually not sufficiently criticized, which means that even if the government changes or government policy changes, this perception of Serbia's non-alignment and unsuitability might actually continue afterwards. So I've looked at the period from 2022 to 2026, which shows the formation of the pattern as the EU has increasingly connected accession with full alignment, and Serbia continuing to present non-alignment as its sovereign and national responsible position. The various reports, declarations all single out Serbia as sort of the odd one out, and I don't have to remind you that we haven't opened any negotiating chapter since 2021, and this is, I think, directly connected to it. Also important are symbolic acts such as Serbian officials participating in the Moscow parade of victory in the Second World War in 2025, which also signals how Serbia perceives itself and where it positions itself in the international alignment. So even small symbolic acts like this, or the President's refusal to partake in the EU Western Balkan Summit last year, can be a kind of a long-term signal of where Serbia sees itself. And the most important thing is that this has actually been acknowledged by the Serbian leadership, who continues to refuse to change its foreign policy, even when it understands that its policy is not cost-free. It maintains its policy despite the acknowledged accession cost that it has. Meanwhile, at the same time, Serbia's discourse is increasingly connects peace and security to military strength and deterrence and independent decision-making. So while Serbia officially has a discourse of peace and cooperation, at the same time, there is a lot of discourse on the military becoming stronger. For example, Serbia being able to defend itself, not wanting to be a part of any alliances. So it actually shows that it sees peace in the same way as Europe sees it, as deterrence and security, not as normative alignment as it previously was. So essentially it does accept this European geopolitization of peace, if we can call it, but not through alignment with its foreign policy, which is a kind of a paradox I'm looking to examine. So by 2026, Serbia's non-alignment has become a part of a longer-term image of strategic ambiguity, which has actually harmed Serbia's credibility as a candidate, which is, I think, the reason why this entire situation has slowed down. So the main mechanism is cumulative. One act of non-alignment can be a temporary disagreement, but repeated non-alignment, combined with justificatory discourse and symbolic acts, actually produces a broader and wider external perception of Serbia, which affects trust, and actually will stick by this, that trust is the most important thing here. Of course, security is based on trust. You can only rely on those countries and actors which you essentially trust have the same position as you, which is now complicating Serbia's accession. The alignment with the CFSP actually is now the main indicator of strategic orientation, and it's no longer just a technical accession requirement, it's an identity-based practice by which Serbia's strategic identity is regularly judged and assessed by the EU. So it's not a temporary deviation caused by crisis pressure, but a part of a wider pattern in which foreign policy is justified in a different way, mostly through strategic balancing, which makes this pattern of non-alignment identity constitutive rather than merely pragmatic. Because of course, identity determines interest, but interest and process actually affect identity as a return process. So the EU has become more sensitive to strategic dissonance, and Serbia is suffering reputational damage, reduced trust, and increased doubts about its strategic orientation, which will not be easily overcome even with the change of the EU foreign policy or of change of Serbia's foreign policy. This cannot be quickly reversed. I think these are long-term relational and trust issues. So the conclusion actually also provides this framework that during crisis, alignment becomes more salient, more important, and more structurally influential, so that countries which make use of crisis to align, even with other deficiencies in their overall structure and process of enlargement, can actually have a shortcut through geopolitics, which would only indicate that the EU really is becoming a more strategic and geopolitical actor, and that its enlargement policy and its changes after 2022 actually prove it. So the final point is that the end of the conflict in Ukraine will not automatically remove the consequences, because the issue has become tied to Serbia's foreign policy identity and to the EU's long-term perception of Serbia as a future member. Without a significant redefinition of Serbia's foreign policy identity, renewed accession momentum is likely to remain limited, regardless of how the conflict actually ends. So I'm open to any questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uroš. I now open the floor for questions. Please.
Thank you. It's super interesting to hear as an outsider, but also at the same time puzzling in the sense that if one's objective is to join the EU, then non-alignment clearly suggests that you don't want to join the EU, to put it rather bluntly. So there's clearly a rhetorical problem, but also a practical one in terms of how third parties might reasonably take Serbia at its word. I would suggest, but there is a way around.
You're shooting down a term line completely wrong. And I have no understanding as to some of these.
So wonderful comment. Thank you very much. And I agree with you on most points. Now, you mentioned compliance. I think it's more important for candidates to comply than states. It's easier for a state to be neutral from the EU than from outside of the EU. And it's a question of how neutral can Serbia really be in its geopolitical position and how viable this supposed neutrality is. Often in Serbia, neutrality is a kind of a byword for not wanting to join the EU. That's a thing to note. Now, as for the neutrality, now, even Austria and Ireland, which are neutral countries, have essentially supported the general EU policy on Russia. Serbia hasn't. And of course, Austria is neutral because of its constitution. It has to be. And Ireland even sat out World War I. It's, I think, the most neutral country in Europe, actually, alongside Switzerland, which is a testament to Ireland. Of course, Malta and Cyprus are island countries which aren't very, yes, they have geopolitical importance, but in this context of the conflict between the EU and Russia, Serbia has a specific geopolitical significance here, and it's much more difficult to be neutral. Now, you mentioned this policy of waiting. That's actually what I was thinking about in this paper. Now, is it more viable to sit out and wait for the conflict to end and be neutral and sort of keep your head down? But being neutral in such a position, I think itself has a relational consequence, that if you're neutral during a crisis, you might not be seen as the most reliable partner. And as you mentioned, the EU foreign policy is a consensus of the states. Do you really want to add a state to your consensus that automatically is not in consensus with the others? So you can be sure that you might have a veto on that. Now, there are some cases, for example, the European Peace Facility, which now gives money to Ukraine. I think 90 billion and 23.3 are about defense. Hungary and Slovakia have created a specific part of the agreement that they're not included, so they don't block it, but they don't have to pay for it. Of course, it's an extra budgetary, it's not in the EU budget, it's an extra budget facility, which is why it had to be specifically negotiated. But sort of they are neutral, but they're inside of the EU. It's more difficult to be neutral while you're trying to join. You're trying to prove that you will support this policy, but you're not doing it immediately. So especially because it's a crisis. Now, if the conflict hadn't happened, I think Serbia could have continued this kind of policy of neutrality, but it's much more difficult in a new geopolitical context, especially with the European Commission taking on a more geopolitical role, or at least attempting to take a more geopolitical role, which is something that is in the purview of the states. And I think Serbia's freedom of maneuver is actually decreasing here significantly. And it will, I think, have to make an eventual choice. Because as you said, if it's your goal to join, if that's the objective, but non-alignment is against the objective, then what are we actually doing? We are committing a paradox, in essence. An interesting point, Serbia doesn't have a defined foreign policy strategy, actually, an official one. It has a defense strategy, it has no foreign policy strategy. How can it actually in this context?
We're going to go in order of the hands raised, and please remind me if I skipped anybody.
Yeah, actually, the point was similar to Richard's. First, I'm impressed.
Well, it's an excellent question. And first, regarding this increased geopolitical role of the EU, I agree that it was always, enlargement was always really geopolitical, but it did have a bigger normative elements, and democratic elements were more important, of course, and they worked more effectively than here. We've had the kind of slowdown of democratization here and liberalization. In Central and Eastern Europe, it worked much faster. But of course, these were different geopolitical it was a different geopolitical context and different internal democratic context, actually different tradition. But now, I recently wrote a paper and published about something called strategic peace. So the EU still uses the same normative language of being a peace project, even von der Leyen recently mentioned, but they changed from peace being justified in normative liberal terms through liberal institutionalism and intergovernmentalism, international institutions, cooperation, trade. Now it's more about deterrence, security, having peace through strength in some ways, like Trump would say. So this is just the same kind of enlargement, but they're more open about the geopolitics of it. As for Serbia's viability, I say in the paper that I don't make any claims on what Serbia's foreign policy should be, or if it should join the EU or not, but that if its goal is to join the EU, in this way, I don't think it could be. So you asked me if Serbia can be a part of the EU as a neutral country, stressing its neutrality. In this sense that it's focusing on its neutrality in this foreign policy, I don't think it could, essentially. And if Serbia's goal is to join the EU, it would have to change not only its foreign policy, but its foreign policy identity. It would have to drop this prioritization of neutrality or pretend that it's Austria, which it isn't. Like you said, Switzerland and Austria are not neutral because they wanted to, because they were made to be. And Serbia essentially is not neutral because it's made to not be neutral. Even if Serbia would want to be neutral, I don't think it could because of geopolitical circumstances. I don't think it's up to us to decide, actually. But it is up to us to decide which way we want to go, and if the way is the European Union, I think foreign policy would have to change away from this. Especially, making use of this crisis to do it, like Montenegro. We've seen directly Montenegro aligning and, having a fast track to the European Union, essentially.
Okay, continuing in the order of hands raised, at least from my perspective, it's Nikola, then our colleague from Bulgaria after that.
Well, thank you very much. That's actually a great question, and I think we are aligned on this. I think neutrality here is reactive rather than normative. I think it's a pragmatic tactic. I don't think we have this tradition of neutrality in Serbia, and I don't think it's widely accepted as a norm in society. I don't think it ever really was. I don't remember any time when we were actually neutral historically, and we don't really talk about neutrality until we are asked to align. It's only kind of a reaction to a demand when neutrality is actually used as a kind of strategic resource rather than as a long-term normative resource. That's a very good question. And that's, I think, related to this issue of trust from the EU. Do they actually trust that we are neutral and want to be neutral? And if so, how can we be in this situation? Great question. It's a good question. Well, it goes slightly outside of the scope of the paper, which is primarily this constructivist just overview of identity. Yes, but I don't really look at the options, foreign policy options of Serbia, but we have this idea of a multi-vector policy most of our papers now written are actually realist papers, neoclassical realism, and they talk about different versions. I think the only other country which talks about this multi-vector policy is actually Kazakhstan. It actually invented this multi-vector foreign policy that it has in different circumstances. But I don't think it's long-term viable. Like you said, what is really the other option? It's not really the focus of the paper, but I don't really think there are other viable options in the geopolitical conditions where we actually are. I don't mean to make it the paper normative in any way. It's not really normative, it's analytical. But if you're asking for my personal opinion outside of the paper, I don't really think there's a viable alternative to this, to the policy that's actually being conducted. Yeah, I don't think really, if you try to have this multi-vector policy, then no one really trusts you instead of everyone trusting you, right?
Professor Whitman had a short intervention
Please.
again, yes?
Thank you. Sorry, a second bite, if I may.
Oh, please.
It might be more helpful to think about post-neutral, which is the way that many people have spoken about EU member states which were members of NATO, for example, before they joined the EU, with very different trajectories, because Finland and Sweden are very post-neutral, right? But they were ostensibly neutral when they joined the EU. And Ireland and Austria and Malta and Cyprus have become post-neutral as soon as they signed up to the common security and defence policy and the obligations that they have under that in terms of the mutual security and defence obligation that they have. So, I think there's all sorts of possibilities and trajectories from being neutral to a post-neutral state. They wouldn't put non-aligned in the same category as neutral, because as I understood what you described, the question for you is whether Serbia wants to be post-non-aligned as opposed to post-neutral, I would suggest. And in that space, there's probably some interesting scope for thinking about what that actually means and what that journey would consist of. And I think bracketing together the question, there's also an opportunity, I might say, in terms of the question of bracketing together EU and NATO membership is something that is more problematic for the EU these days, of course, because that dual enlargement is not a possibility for Ukraine. So holding that up as being sort of an absolute essential before accession, I would have thought is also something that's going to become a much weaker proposition than was the case in the past. And the two were assumed to be very much necessary, certainly in the recent decade.
It's actually an excellent question. And you mentioned non-alignment, and if a country joins the EU, it officially cannot be a member of the non-aligned movement, which still exists today. And actually I researched the non-aligned movement in my earlier days, and it started as this non-engaged movement. It was only called non-aligned in the 70s. Originally it was neutral countries, then they were non-engaged, then they were non-aligned. So we can imagine non-alignment as a kind of higher level neutrality. But even non-alignment wasn't neutral in its values. So if you remember, when a country would sort of break the norms of international law, at least as seen or experienced by most members, it was criticized by the non-aligned movement. And even Tito said that at one conference, I remember, that non-aligned doesn't mean without an opinion. So when some country breaks the international law, it will be criticized, and which country will be criticized depends on that country which breaks the law. So it's not pro-West, pro-East, but it does criticize breaches of international law, international trust. So in that sense, Serbia's neutrality is a kind of non-engagement, actually, a kind of, like Nikola asked, it's a relational thing, it's per event, it's neutral to a specific event, not neutral in general. And we can ask ourselves, what does it actually mean to be neutral if you're in the European Union? Because it is a supranational union, it is a geopolitical, even a geoeconomic primarily, but also a geopolitical union. Joining it is not a neutral act. You cannot exactly be neutral and in the EU at the same time, because you do have the common foreign security policy, you do have the common security and defense policy, there are talks of a defense union, so you're not really neutral when you're in the EU. That's the real thing here. If you want to be neutral, you don't really want to be a part of the EU. And you mentioned post-neutrality and NATO. Ireland is not, for example, in NATO, it won't be, and no one really asks it any questions, but it is aligned with EU foreign policy. I think that's the most important thing. I think it is possible to be in the EU without being in the NATO. Absolutely, but can you be neutral towards everything? Even neutral towards European foreign policy? You can't be neutral to the policy you're meant to take. Or constructively abstain. But is it abstention to, for example, block or just to non-align? That's a question.
To abuse my position
Please.
of the chair, we're talking about neutrality, but I think when speaking of Serbian foreign policy, it is a very, I have to say, blatant misuse of the term, and perhaps in the terminological sense, it is something that is, of course, put up forth in the domestic discourse to kind of explain away the many inconsistencies of our foreign policy, as in we're neutral, meaning in that interpretation we act according to circumstance instead of being aligned to any particular grander policy, right? But it is not neutral if on the one hand you sell weapons and ammunition to Ukraine, and on the other hand you pledge allegiance to Russian, whatever foreign policy in the broader sense of the term they're putting forth. So that's not neutral, that's more contradictory, I would say. So I mean, neutrality is a nice way to kind of try to explain away that contradiction, but I guess thinking of this, maybe you can, in your theoretical part, just question the concept of neutrality as such applied to Serbian foreign policy. And this is a comment, but of course I would like to hear your thinking on that. I'm hearing other terms such as non-alignment, post-neutrality. In my opinion, too noble to explain what is happening here. But that's just my humble opinion, So I would like to hear your comment on that. Oh, and then we have... yes.
Officially is not neutral in the foreign policy.
Yeah.
Serbia is neutral in the defense policy.
Yeah, exactly.
And not in foreign policy because it is impossible to be on the way to be a member of the European Union and neutral in foreign policy.
Exactly.
It's impossible.
Exactly.
It's completely impossible. You can only be neutral not to be a member of NATO.
Yeah.
And member of the European Union. It's possible.
Yeah.
And you spoke about non-alignment. I want to inform you that Serbia was the founder of, as a successor, sort of successor for the Yugoslavia, founder of non-alignment movement. But officially today, Serbia is not a member of non-alignment movement. We can only be observer in that organization. You cannot be, and we are founded. The first meeting was held in Belgrade.
Yeah, in 61. Yeah.
In 61. But now we are not. I mean, there was some meeting of non-alignment in Belgrade. Serbia was an observer. Serbia was not an actor of the event. I want only to and why we are speaking here in Serbia about the neutrality. We are speaking because it's a sort of discourse in media.
Yeah.
But I mean, foreign policy, Serbian foreign policy cannot be neutral if we are attempted to be a member of the European Union. It's completely impossible.
That is an important distinction to make between defense and foreign policy. Maybe we give the word over to Rajko, and then we should be wrapping up to slowly go to the break before the final session. Our colleague from the Institute, Rajko Petrović.
Thank you, Jovica, first for presenting me. Uroš, as always, it's a pleasure to hear your opinion. I would like to hear your comment or observation about the fact that when you speak about the military neutrality, it's not only the question what is our policy towards that, it's also a question, will the other countries recognize us as the neutral country? A few years ago, our institute published a book on that topic of our colleague Igor, I think. And during the presentation and debate about that book, he explained to us that it's the most important question regarding military neutrality. Will the other countries countries, especially the most powerful ones and our neighboring countries, recognize us as a military neutral state. I mean, everybody is recognizing Switzerland as that, Austria as well, but will they recognize us? That's my brief observation.
Well, thank you. Well, all great points. Well, first I want to agree with Professor Zečević. It's exactly what my point is, that Serbia isn't neutral and cannot be really neutral if it's joining the EU. Being in the EU is not foreign policy neutral. So in essence, the question is not whether the EU trusts us, that we really believe we're neutral, is that we're not adhering to its foreign policy and we're just failing to align with it. So we're not neutral, but we're acting like we are, sort of counterintuitive. But yes, it's not possible to be foreign policy neutral in the EU. Like I mentioned for Ireland, it's not neutral. Austria is not neutral. Austria even aligned with the sanctions against Russia. Now the question about, you hit the nail on the head, it's actually with this. Neutrality is just this kind of excuse. You know, like Nikola asked a similar question, is this really neutrality we believe in? No, I think it's just a justification for failure to align and failure to do our part of the bargain. So the bargain is we follow European foreign policy and we join the EU. And I remember our foreign minister Ćurčić actually said we will align our foreign policy after we join the EU, which is, you know, putting the cart before the horse. You have to do it beforehand. It's like, you know, telling your wife you'll marry her after the wedding. That doesn't make sense. So yes, I think it's just an inconsistency, and this is exactly related to my paper. The EU doesn't really believe us when we say we're neutral. You know, it's a question of trust, it's a question of strategic alignment. As much as we say that we're neutral, we're objective, they don't trust us, they don't buy us, and the discourse actually shows this. They don't trust us and they keep telling us they don't trust us. And our discourse reacting to that is that we don't care. You know, even our leadership is saying that we understand that this will slow our process, but we won't change it. So it's kind of an open secret that we're not doing what we're supposed to do, and they see it. And Dr. Rajko asked me a great question. Do they accept us as neutral? Or Belgium was neutral in, you know, before the Second World War, and Germany didn't really seem to care. So that's actually why I took a constructivist approach to this. You know, in constructivism, identity is intersubjective. So you can say that you're neutral, you can say that you're non-aligned, but only if other countries perceive you as such and accept you as such, are you really that? You know, I can say I'm Swedish, but unless, you know, Swedish people accept me as such, I can say I'm Swedish all I want. So it's exactly true, and that's exactly the question of the paper. How do they perceive us? And how does our foreign policy behavior and discourse cause them to perceive us? And I think it causes them to perceive us as strategically ambiguous and not reliable, which is why the Cluster 3 will not be open soon. That's essentially the idea.
Even though there are some chapters open.
Even if so they can now be closed, you know, with the new methodology that France actually put forward, you can be reversed. And there was even question about the only two chapters we closed, which are science and education, that maybe they will be opened again. So you can go backwards now. Even with this idea of phased accession, which I don't really like that much, you know, the idea is, one of the colleagues said a presentation with the staircase, you know, you take the stairs but you can go down. So you can join the EU, but you can also be thrown out of the EU. I don't think it's a kind of viable foreign policy approach.
One final question, remark, and then we will go to the break.
Yes, I just want to quickly ask, do you think trust is a good concept here? Is it the most accurate concept? Because, you know, they don't, the EU doesn't trust Serbia. Okay, look at Montenegro. In the past 10 years, we've done everything that they want. We've recognized Kosovo against the wishes of 85% of our people. Our government has gone beyond, above and beyond in aligning itself with the European agenda, even when this was very politically costly and so on. And they still don't trust us in the sense that all of these initiatives about denying the veto power for some time, for an extended period of time, and so on, signal a kind of anxiety that, well, there might, you know, upon membership, that there might be a new war violence. So I just wonder, you know, trust is a concept that, you know, you cannot, if you want to talk about trust, you have to have some lack of control. If you can completely control someone, you don't have to trust them, right? So I wonder whether trust is, you know, an adequate term here, because, I mean,
do you think the EU will ever trust Serbia with all of the far more complex dimensions of the story than, given the Montenegro?
Well, it's an interesting question. I think we can connect trust to reliability. I think Montenegro does act reliably towards the EU. You know, they can wake up in the morning in Brussels and they can rely on Montenegro to follow its foreign policy. And if they perhaps can't trust it to follow its policy, at least they can trust it not to oppose it, because Montenegro's foreign policy and even its discourse hasn't really opposed EU foreign policy. It's actually been quite reliable. I'm sorry to hear that you don't think the EU trusts you, but you know, you do have well, I think you will have it. I think that the Montenegro, when it joins, will have the veto power. I don't think it will be part of the phased accession. It's actually be a good test. You know, we will see, but that's actually a wonderful thing to look at. But I think when it comes to Montenegro, I think it does have trust in Brussels, and I think that's why they're talking about Montenegro joining in 2028, and they're talking about Serbia joining in 2048, you know, or when. You know, I think it doesn't matter. And I think trust is absolutely important, you know, who you trust. Actually, there's a difference between constructivism and realism. You know, a realist will say that a powerful country is a threat to its neighbors, and then you wonder, why is France not a danger to Belgium? You know, because they have a trust that they won't harm each other. So it's how you perceive others and your partners. If you perceive that Montenegro is aligned with its foreign policy, it will follow it, will be a friend, then it has a fast track. Montenegro has even joined NATO. I think that's the kind of highest level of trust that it can have with NATO members. I think it is kind of reliable. Now, I'm not saying we should join NATO. Actually, I don't think we should. But I think you can have trust even without it. And I think Montenegro does have it. I think Montenegro is actually the opposite example, that, you know, having a foreign policy that's 100% aligned. You know, whenever you read these reports, it says Montenegro is 100% aligned. Every time you have, you know, Kos or Kalas or previously Borrell or Costa coming to Montenegro, they say Montenegro is a reliable partner that has done sort of everything we asked. And I think you are benefiting from that. I think trust is fundamentally important. When you're in a situation when there is a geopolitical crisis, you know, it's about who you can trust. And that's why I think what Trump is doing is really dangerous, because he's eroding trust between the EU and the US. And trust is sort of what the liberal international order is based on. You know, it's this old Kantian notion, or even the English school notion of a society of states. You know, it's based on trust, not only trust for each other, but trust in this kind of common set of values, which I think is still essential.
Thank you very much to all the discussants. I was a bit afraid that with one paper we won't have enough content to fill, but what a worthy paper to fill the whole panel with. So thank you very, very much. Yes, and one more round of applause. I have been asked to suggest that since we're leaving 5 minutes before the panel officially ends, that we come here 5 minutes earlier for the next panel. So let's take a small coffee break until 4:05 instead of 4:10, if that is okay with everybody.
Ti znaš da kad krenem to deformacija. Okay, let's start in a minute, please. Okay. Redom kako su Martin, Maja nije tu, Slobodan, vi pa Miloš. You're the first one. Okay. Okay, let's start the 8th session, our round table, a specific panel. Sadly, Professor Maja Kovačić is not with us due to some issues at the Faculty of Political Sciences, which was not completely unexpected. Our participants we've seen them both days. Professor Martin Holland from NCRE, Professor Milenko Petrović also from NCRE, our director Slobodan Zečević, and our dear colleague Miloš Petrović from the Institute of International Politics and Economics. Each will have about 10 minutes for some sort of concluding or overall remarks, and we'll try to have a lively discussion and Q&A session to kind of try to pick up any loose ends or find new research avenues for kind of further progress, and to think about our own approach to the issue. Professor Holland, about 10 minutes. I won't be strict, but I know you'll honor your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I will certainly do my best to honor the time. Well, this will be a Southern Hemisphere perspective, so if I get things upside down, bear with me. What I've been asked to do and what I've tried to do with listening to the fantastically detailed research papers on areas that I know so little about. I've been asked to look at some big picture sort of themes or ideas or even silences that there have been in the conference. So I make no apology for being very broad-based in my big picture view of things. And as I've already confessed, I find myself in this context somewhat of a fraud. I'm not a specialist in this particular area. I've done a lot on EU foreign policy and perceptions and various other things, but I've come to this possibly naively. We will see. First thing I'd like to share with you is how I was struck by the level of disappointment you seem to have with the European project and processes. I mean, it really shocked me, possibly because I live in the Southern Hemisphere, possibly, as I confessed in the opening comments, you know, I've always been a Euro enthusiast, but I found it really, really sobering. I'm avoiding using the word hostility, but it seemed to verge on hostility at times. So that's an intellectual as well as personal challenge. And I was very delighted to hear the panels this afternoon, and particularly the last one, where Ireland got a profile. And again, I have conflict of interest as being as an EU Irish citizen, but I think because Ireland is now about to take over the presidency of the Council of the European Union for the next 6 months in a troika with Lithuania and Greece, Ireland offers an opportunity, I would say, to Serbian relationships towards a membership. And again, there was a lot of interesting history that we discussed over the few days, but it's probably a reflection of your generation, because I rather think I'm the oldest man in the room, but history there seems to only go back as far as the 90s. If you want to think about Ireland, of course, they go back to at least the 1960s, and to remind you, they were twice, together with the UK and Denmark and Norway, rejected for membership. So if you're disappointed, you've never been rejected in that way. That happened twice. So I think what I'm trying to say is Ireland would have very sympathetic ears to thinking about how to assist enlargement to include the Western Balkans. They know what it's like to be on the outside. They have 500 years of English colonial experience to also have sympathy for. So that presidency, which begins on the 1st of January, I think is an opportunity that Serbia and others should take. Second sort of large point I want to make is about the EU, because there's no such thing as the EU. There are so many multiple European Union personalities, policy areas, but identity. So what is the nature of the EU's own identity? I'll tell you a small, hopefully a slightly amusing story. The highlight of my life was in the mid-1990s, been dull ever since, but in the mid-1990s I was one of the first EU election observers. First time the EU had ever done this. And I was one of the ones who was lucky enough to be part of that process. But it stuck with me that when I was in my lovely uniform with gold stars and all that, European Union written on my back, the question I got asked by one of the people I was observing as an election person was European Union. What sort of trade union is that? I mean, the notion of what the EU was, admittedly it was soon after the change of the name in the Maastricht Treaty, but the identity of what the EU is has always been problematic, and how the EU wants to see itself and define itself. And as was said in one of the previous panels this afternoon, it only has meaning if it's reflected in others, how they see you, so the perception problem. So again, the fact that the EU remains almost an unidentified flying object is no great innovation or surprise to me. I guess what I've sort of structured this in a rather aggressive way, in that I'm going to throw about 5 hand grenades at you to challenge some of our assumptions and use of language. And I appreciate the fact that you all speak perfect English. I'll do my best to make my point clear. First of all, first language point, is the word enlargement actually the problem? Seemed to me it gets us tied into all sorts of knots, historical knots, that aren't very helpful in 2026. So perhaps either as academics or as policy influencers, if we could move beyond that notion of enlargement to something different, I think that could be quite helpful. And I was persuaded, I wasn't persuaded beforehand, but I was persuaded in the conference here, that the notion of differentiation, what I would call differentiated governance, is a better concept, template to be thinking about membership, not enlargement, which is a very crude, old-fashioned, you're in, you're out. But differentiated governance, how do we construct that to facilitate membership? I think that has a much more positive resonance. So that's my first hand grenade, if you like, that the word enlargement is not helpful in resolving where we are now. Indeed, going back to Richard Whitman in the opening, asymmetric union, Richard talked about, and credibility, cohesion, speed, and so credibility, I think, is the thing that I'm most focused on. Second hand grenade, and this is, well, it's almost an obscenity. I apologize if anyone's offended. But what happens to enlargement, or this new prospect, if Russia wins? This was not mentioned once over the last 2 days. It's never polite to mention it in any EU rhetoric. I mean, so it's verboten. It's always, well, I will probably be excommunicated for even mentioning. But I think in terms of the next phases of membership, what if Russia were to win? That changes all of the assumptions and guarantees, let alone expectations, that all of our analysis has been based upon. Hopefully that doesn't come to pass, but there does seem to me to be a need for some thinking about Plan B. Thinking the unthinkable has been possible, should have been possible, at least for the last 2 years, possibly the last 12 years, when the impossible or the unthinkable was frequently happening. So that's my second hand grenade for you to think about. It's third one, it sort of touches on my earlier point I was making about European Union misperceptions. I've been part of or leading a project for the last 3 years on the EU Indo-Pacific strategy. It was mentioned, I think, once or twice in the conference, and I'm internally grateful for that, because generally the EU Indo-Pacific strategy is completely invisible and below the radar. We did an empirical study in 9 countries in the Indo-Pacific on how they again perceived what was the EU's role, what was it doing, was it valid, was it welcomed, and the results were again disappointing, let's be diplomatic. And indeed the knowledge that even the EU had an Indo-Pacific strategy was remarkably thin. And this was interviews of very high level either officials or policy influencers. So that again goes back to the credibility of the EU as an international actor. And again, we shouldn't forget, geopolitics, yes, a trendy, nice phrase from the last 8 or so years, but the EU's global strategy predated that, and there were versions before that. So from my point of view, the EU has always been a global actor. And actually to narrow it down, as sometimes seems to be the case in this conference, to a geopolitical regional actor, I don't think that is the EU that exists. I think it still believes it's a global actor. Not sure the Indo-Pacific part of the world believe that, but that is the EU self-perception. And again, I'm generally quite unpopular in Brussels because I frequently have told them over the years that they're not as important as they think they are. Other people don't quite recognize the power, authority of the European project. Ooh, nearly out of time. So let me just, last couple of hand grenades. First one, I think the current UK-EU discussions about is there a way back post-Brexit could be very unhelpful for Serbia and other Western Balkan countries, because I can rather see that being used as an excuse to delay, and let's sort out the British problem and change the differentiated governance aspects around that, and then return back to discussing the Western Balkans. So I'm afraid, although I promise never really to use the words, but it seems to come in everything I talk about, the shadow of Brexit is long, and it will, I think, influence the next level of enlargement. And then my last point, and this is where I cheat, although I've warned the victim, that there was a striking discussion constantly about normative power Europe, or norms or values, which was surprising, because I suppose in my more radical thoughts, I thought MPE was dead as a concept. And I get annoyed actually when it is always just talked about Ian Manners and normative power Europe, because I was sort of there at the birth, and the birth was between Ian Manners and Richard Whitman. And I remember it was 1998, we were in a conference together in Pittsburgh. My final hand grenade I'm throwing at Richard and asking him, is normative power Europe, or that concept, still useful, or is it actually now the problem? And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Holland, for this bomb attack, bomber raid on the yes. In Belgrade we kind of used to bomb raids, but we'll survive this one and be clever after that. Once we think about the answers and the responses to that, I give the mic to our director, Dr. Slobodan Zečević. Vi ste sljedeći.
Thank you, dear Emilian, and I want to make some remarks because the discussion here in these 2 days was very fruitful and very interesting. The title of this last discussion, the last panel, is the Western Balkan in EU myth or reality. That was. I think it's really not a myth. it's not a myth, but to become reality, it should be some crossing of interest of Western Balkan countries and the interest of the EU members. I want to tell you one story about, very recent story about Serbia. In 2018, our president, Aleksandar Vučić, was host the president of European Commission, Mr. Jean-Claude Juncker, here in Belgrade. And he asked him on the press conference when Serbia can be will be member of the European Union. And in fact, the answer of the president of the European Commission was that the Serbia and the Montenegro can be members of the European Union in 2025. It's a realistic date in that time, that said Jean-Claude Juncker. Of course, if they fulfill their obligations in European path. In my opinion, it wasn't a spontaneous discussion. It was a sort of arrangement. Because I'm thinking that Vučić have a deal with the German government, maybe it's Angela Merkel was the prime minister, that it's realistic to enlarge European Union with Serbia and Montenegro, and it was the concept Spain-Portugal, one bigger country and one smaller country. And also it was realized some decades before. And what's happened with that? In 2017, in France was elected a very young president without any political experience, Emmanuel Macron. And he came on power and he heard about that plan. And he had advisors who told them, you know, Mr. President, in France, enlargement is very unpopular. Very unpopular. Why? Because, in my view, the French nation is in a sort of depression, mentally, and for them everything is complicated. But they was convinced that the enlargement means that some millions of Serbs will come in France and take them their jobs, take their jobs, and also that it will decrease their salaries. In fact, Macron said, okay, I will go out from this trap, and he proposed a new methodology of enlargement, a new methodology, sorry. And I mean, it's curious to propose to the countries who already started their accession negotiation with one methodology to, in the middle of the negotiation, change the methodology. And what's happened next? The Serbian government, to be in good terms with Macron, said, we accepted your proposition. We accepted new methodology. I want to, but this event completely disturbed our accession. Only this event, I think. And after that, in 2021, the request of the European Union was for Serbia to change the constitution in the provisions about the judiciary. We accepted to do it. We had also here in the Institute of European Studies a discussion about the changing of constitution. You remember, Milan, and you remember, yes, great debate about that. It was held a referendum, who, by the way, doesn't interesting anybody in Serbia, because it's a technical question, you know. What will be the, I don't know, the competencies of courts or independence of judges, and nobody was interested above some people who are in this area. And the referendum was successful. It's in January 2021, 2022. January 2022. Yes, yes, yes. But in February 2022, you have the Russian Ukrainian war aggression, or what you want to say, and we didn't align our foreign policy with the foreign policy of the European Union, and our negotiation was stopped, in fact, and we didn't open any clusters. I'm saying to you, it's this sort of negotiations are a very, I mean, something which changing with the months, with the time, with the interest of parts. It's completely uncertain. Today, what we can say from the European Union, you don't have these sentences like in the past. We don't want to import the instability from Western Balkans to the European Union. You cannot hear it. Now, you can hear, we want the Western Balkan countries to be a member of the European Union. And I think they opened their hand to the Montenegro. Maybe it will be realistic, the accession of the Montenegro in 2028. And maybe Albania after 2030. Yes. But for us, Serbia, which is the more important country in this region, what will happen? There is some, you heard about that, there is some French-German non-paper, New Momentum on enlargement. And I think it's dedicated to us, to Serbia. What is in this document? We can be a substantial part of the European Union without full membership. What it's meaning? It's meaning that we can be the part of internal market, European internal market, and we can assist to the works of the European institution without right to vote and to decide. Right to vote and to decide, make decision. But the condition to be a part of the internal market, they call it EEA plus. It's like sort of Norwegian position, but without contribution, because Norwegian must to pay to be a part of the internal market of the European Union, and it's considerable payment. They will pay the same practically if there was a member, and they are not. They don't have the right to decide and to vote. I mean, it's a very controversial position for Norwegian government. For us, it will not so be controversial, because I think we will not pay anything, and even we will receive some money from European funds, like member states. But we will not be a full member of the European Union. But what is the condition for that? It will be interesting to have the IBAR. Montenegro have it. IBAR It's that the Commission recognized that you fulfill all the obligation about judiciary, freedom, I don't know, democracy, everything. I mean, all fundamentals. That's the first. The second thing, it's to close all the 5 chapters. All 5 chapters, practically in the negotiation process, and maybe not to fulfill the 6th one about foreign policy. That's why I'm thinking it's dedicated for Serbia. You fulfill everything, expect the 6th cluster dedicated to the foreign policy. That is their idea. But I'm saying if you fulfill all that, you're practically a member of the I mean, you fulfill 99% of everything. And after that, if the Serbian government succeeded to fulfill all this, I think they will change, it will change his foreign policy, probably. I mean, to be a full member of the European Union, to have a right to decide. We will be in position to have a member of the European Commission without ministry, without vote, to go, our ministry, our member of our government will go to the Council of the European Union, but with the right to vote. Our president or prime minister will go to European Council without right to vote, and also it will be, we will have a parliamentary delegation in European Parliament, but only to listen and maybe to participate in the debate. That is today's situation. Maybe the time is over. Yes, maybe 1 minute. I want to tell all this to reconsider maybe your vision on the European enlargement, on these questions. And also, I don't know, because of the political crisis here in Serbia, if Serbia can fulfill this condition to be practically a privileged non-member of the European Union, but practically integrated in the European Union. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. Next up is our guest and co-host, all at the same time. Two heads. Dr. Milenko Petrović from NCRE, and he was here with us all today, so take it away.
Slobodan remind us on the title of this panel, actually roundtable talk, and I will remind you on the title of the conference, EU Enlargement in the Time of Increased Geopolitical Challenges, Fresh Momentum and Beyond. So, what is that fresh momentum about? Slobodan interpreted that as the fresh momentum, this new non-paper of France, but actually fresh momentum started a bit earlier from the point of view of European Union and of Commission, with acceleration of the enlargement process for some of the candidates after they decided to offer all of the sudden out of blue, I mean accession opportunity to Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia, actually without that were ever mentioned in the Eastern Partnership program or project in which they were members. So they complained for years that countries who supported them, like Poland, Baltic states, I mean, that they should get that option, by the major EU powers rejected that, saying that countries are far away from meeting European norms and standards. And all of a sudden then, despite the fact that they were still very far away from meeting the norms, they opened the option, and in February Russia invaded, in June they were declared candidates for membership. I mean, Ukraine and Moldova, later on Georgia also was declared the candidate for membership. So no norms anymore, no values, no Copenhagen criteria, which were basic conditions for all the countries who joined the EU until 2007. To some extent for Croatia as well, it joined in 2013. However, that promise, what was given, many mentioned that to the so-called Western Balkan countries in the early 2000s, particularly the Thessaloniki agenda, that their place is in united Europe, that Europe cannot be united, the European Union, without them, and that their future is in the EU or all these countries, subject to meeting criteria. In that moment, there were Copenhagen criteria and stabilization and association process criteria for overcoming the mess in which Western Balkan countries were after the wars in the 1990s, which is okay. They will delivering the criminals to the World Crime Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, refugees returned, and some other conditions. However, later on in these conditions, which were not normative, were included Kosovo for Serbia, then indirectly also naming issue for North Macedonia, then also, I don't know how to call it, that condition which was given to Bosnia, that they have basically changed their constitutions because that one which was adopted in Dayton is not functional. And despite the fact, for example, that Montenegro, who is now joining, and people don't have memories of history or try to forget the history. For Montenegro, when there were Serbia and Montenegro, how they call it, state union, the European Union offers separate track for Montenegro, for not to be pulled back by Serbia. And so that was not a problem why the country was not centralized. I mean, it still was objectively one country. All of a sudden, not all of a sudden, but for the Bosnia, that was criterion. And there is pulling back Bosnia for 15 years, asking several things to be adopted in constitution, although they know, and they should know, I mean, those people who are imposing this, I mean, request to Bosnia, that they will never be accepted by Bosnian Serbs and probably Bosnian Croats as well, regarding those centralizations. And this, of course, is pulling back those countries. And now we have come to the fresh momentum, which European Commission, led by the Ursula von der Leyen, expressed in after acceptance, I mean, declaring candidate status for Ukraine and other Eastern Partnership countries, that and accelerating accession of Montenegro, Albania in particular. Also, Bosnia was declared candidate status on that way of fresh momentum, which actually doesn't have much to do with, as Martin mentioned, normative power Europe, and I'm mentioning about meeting normative criteria. Copenhagen criteria are all normatives, basically. They have some geopolitical connotation, as we discussed. I mean, of course, you have to align with the EU. You should contribute to the establishing zone of peace and security in Europe, expanding that zone, which is actually what was officially stated by the EU and on the website of the enlargement process. So through meeting these normative criteria, adopting EU values, or transferring EU norms to those countries, or as colleague mentioned in the previous panel, Europeization of Europe, of those countries, they are meeting standards, and we are meeting also, or accomplishing our security stability criteria, I mean, or goals of the European Union, all member states. However, as I said, that started to be less important after completion of 2004-2007 enlargement, and basically after 2022, it has not been important at all. This is just geopolitics as geopolitics, I mean, or so-called political security, stability of Europe, as is seen by EU leading politicians or EU leading member states or political elites of the European Union, how they are defending this. Although I think, as I mentioned in some comments yesterday, they are shooting their own foot. You cannot secure stability and protect stability and peace in Europe if you don't meet the criteria which you define yourselves and you complete, for example, with the Western Balkan countries, that hole which is still in the map of Europe, and if you don't have that region included in the body of the European Union. And to finish that short story, sad story, that fresh momentum, and we spoke about Montenegro a lot. Montenegro is not now, it will not be accepted in the European Union because all of the sudden Montenegro has improved democracy, eradicate corruption and all other problems. Montenegro will be accepted only because it is 600,000 people living in Montenegro. This is not cost for the European Union at all. As I said, as I used to say, they could have been in Stone Age and they should have accepted them 20 years ago because they cost nothing. I mean, 600,000 people can be all of a sudden unemployed in European Union. Some of the European Union member states will get benefits from unemployed benefits, I mean. So this is not the issue. But the issue is accept this, cost us nothing, but we will showing that the process is working. As this is the fresh momentum. Albania will probably not be accepted by 2030, although they also, on that fresh momentum, Albania did not open accession negotiation in 2022 officially, did not open any chapter in 2023, and in 2024-25 they opted all of a sudden all 31 chapters in just 1 or 2 years. So they could not meet technically, I mean, all of these prerequisite opening chapters, but they opened because it is political decision. So with all due respect what Slobodan said about these special arrangements, I mean, or the other discussion, these different levels of enlargement or membership or partial membership or integrations and becoming the part of the European common market, economic market, without membership. This is, I mean, just the story, for the sake of story. If they want to accept Serbia, they can accept tomorrow as a membership. I mean, this is, I mean, I'm simplifying, of course, not tomorrow, but they can be given some reasonable time frame, 2-3 years or something like that. Not, as I said, as I mentioned yesterday, somebody spoke about partial membership and said there is no legally possible to do that. Is it worth doing all this exercise and so on for 12 million people? It's Montenegro is 600,000 people. Altogether, the rest of the Western Balkan is about 12 million or so. So this is still not a big cost, I mean, and a lot of political energy, wasting time, money for meetings, for will be wasted in the next 10, 15, I don't know how many years, why they will still continue to dealing with Western Balkan accession. Much cheaper option, much quicker option is to accept them in very soon and very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Milenko. Uroš, you're up. 10-ish, 15-ish minutes, and
less than 10. No, I intend to keep it down to 5 minutes. I'm aware that we're all tired, and also I'm also aware that everything has been said over the past 2 days, so there's not much clever things left to say, but I'll try to just like say several bullet points which I've written. My first thought listening to these lectures is that speeding of EU accession talks does not necessarily imply speeding the accession date per se, except in the case of Montenegro, for which the EU stars have aligned, I would say. But I would argue that the Albanian case is different. I would also point out that echoing some of the speeches which were delivered over the past 2 days, that merit-based approach remains fundamental to enlargement. Fulfilling the Copenhagen criteria remains the core of Europeanization, and it is quite simple actually, that a non-democratic country cannot accede to the European Union, and democratic criteria, the ones related to political integration, remain fundamental indicators of Europeanization. So far, Montenegro has shown some convincing signals that it is approaching the EU criteria. Unfortunately, Serbia is heading in the wrong direction. And if Maya was here, she would point out to the stability versus democracy dilemma, which has governed the enlargement policy over a long period of time. And unfortunately, it appears that geopolitics has strengthened this dilemma in favor of stability rather than dismantling it. So when we look at this title, the Western Balkans in the EU, myth or reality, I would argue that it's neither or both at the same time, depending on whom we are talking about and what we are observing. So I would say that Montenegro is a successful example in how a country which has terminated the vicious circle of stabilitocracy has managed to approach to fulfilling EU values and EU criteria, and this is the path that Serbia should follow instead of being stuck or backsliding, even by the beautified reports by the European Commission. Of course, one part of the responsibility, apart from our own responsibility as candidates, is the one of the European Commission, which should be a supporter of democracy in the Balkans, not the enabler of autocracy. So another challenge here is how to reconcile the merit-based approach with geopolitical urgency, with the necessity to act fast, and this has been a recurring motive in many of the papers and many of the speeches which I've heard over the past several days. I see two issues regarding Montenegro's EU accession. On the one hand, it is most certainly positive for Montenegro, for the region, for EU's credibility as a transformative power. However, it is also misleading because it aims to demonstrate that the enlargement policy mechanisms which are outdated still function, which is not the case. And also that the EU has prepared herself for a greater enlargement, which is also not the case. Montenegro is only filling the emptied British seat in the EU institutions rather than going through the entire process. I would also argue that, in that regard, that Montenegro is the exception rather than the rule. However, also, I would say that the EU cannot afford to admit candidates such as Albania, which are par excellence stabilitocratic candidates similar to Serbia. So a country needs to demonstrate that it has a true division of powers, that it has independent courts, that it is able to implement EU legislation, and so on and so forth, free media, neither of which I see is unfolding in Albania, no matter how low the bar is being set. To conclude, I find it very unfortunate that Serbian authorities are uninterested in Serbia's EU accession anytime soon. And as colleague Uroš mentioned yesterday, about Serbia being stuck on this eternal journey, as if the journey itself mattered and not the destination. I find this to be very disappointing, especially considering the fact that Serbia paradoxically still ranks among the more prepared candidates among the other candidates, so to say. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Miloš. I mean, we have some time, and of course time for, I'm not saying Q&A, because there is not exposés per se, so if you have answers, cool, but also some comments, we have some time, so a few thoughts, not overly long, would be welcome from the public. I'll have some comments. Okay, Sanya. Yes, yes.
And it was like they said, okay, you're critical towards these hierarchies and this prism from the side of the European Union, but what you say about Russia, and I was wondered, we also see in the same way, I mean, this sort of policy from the side of Russia, but Russia does not have obsessive policy. This is strongly normative, and to be honest, it is true that maybe it sounds a bit hostile sometimes, but also I think that from the side of the European Union also a lot of critics is coming, and then critique is not hostility, and despite that I really see that it is important, and from my side I really connect much more strongly culturally to European Union, but then politics there is a lot of reluctance, and still I believe that a lot of things should be changed. However, it's very hard actually to critically analyze this relationship with Russia and to be objective what is going to happen if we become to look much more Russia. And one short description from the site, I mean, this is about this maybe non-formal completely, and just take it as an anecdote. I said, but what is happening now in Russia? Because I traveled in Russia in 2014. Now I don't want to travel because I'm afraid that then I cannot go to the European Union freely. That's, I mean, it's shameful, but then I traveled to Russia, but it was not enough to, how to say, really get a clear picture about it. But, and this girl I spoke to about Russia, they say, if you go to protest, they just go and, you know, fight and arrest people, and you can't do that. It's like, really? She was like, yes, but everywhere is like that, and you can't do that. I said, okay, okay. So just like, I think it's true that we should actually analyze this connection much more carefully, and maybe also, you know, it was really absent.
Just a brief comment. Thank you for that. I suppose my hope would be the EU has made China a good friend, and hopefully a similar approach longer term with Russia could lead to a similar accommodation, and because without that the future is dark. So
if I may shortly, there is a book of the leader politics.
Professor Whitman was next, and Uroš, you're up after that.
Thank you very much.
Uroš, you're next.
Yes, I have two questions.
Well, according to the priorities of the recently released Irish presidency hit list, economic competitiveness, values and enlargement linked together, security and defence, and global trade. So in that sense, I think they're going to be very positive, very creative, but again, based upon, I think, their own personal experience of having been a frustrated non-member, largely because of the British, but it affected the Irish too. So that's why I'm saying I think Serbia would have a sympathetic ear in Dublin that would be on your side. And I think making Ireland your good internal friend could pay a medium-term strategic advantages. Its view of Serbia I can't really comment on. So I'm a fake Irishman. I live in New Zealand. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Director?
Yes, when it comes to French, Serbian-French relations, I mean, maybe it will be in 2 days with the General de Gaulle movies. I will promote it, and I will speak most largely about French-Serbian relations. But it was interesting because Macron was really, in that time, I spoke about 2018, he hasn't great experience about anything. Maybe 2 years later he will accept the German plan to the Serbian-Montenegro accession together, like Spain, Portugal, you know. But he really didn't understand in that time why it's important. And in the meantime, we made some great jobs with the French government. I mean, how to say, airport, Belgrade airport, some other jobs. Of course, the big job, the big investment is Belgrade Metro, and other jobs. But for the French people, if you ask me what they feel about us, about Serbia, they don't know who is Serbian. I mean, you have the feel for Serbia in the French army because of the tradition of the common fight in oriental part of in the First World War, Salonik front. There is a souvenir about Serbs in French army, but the ordinary people don't know anything about Serbia. In fact, they are afraid and to lose their job. They're afraid of some competition of our workers. Because in that time there was a legend about Polish plumber, you know, in France. Polish plumber came in France to take a job from French plumbers, you know, and that was the great story in France, because the Polish plumber doesn't pay the same same social taxes as the French plumber, and that was the great story, and that they have assimilated us to Polish plumbers or some Bulgarian workers or yes, I mean who came to France to compete the French workers. Okay.
Comments maybe? I might have a few short comments with maybe a question that I try to lots of dots and try to connect them with what I've heard these 2 days. When you said there is no one EU, I think it resonated perfectly with what I was feeling and thinking for these 2 days. With Professor Vankovska speaking about Macedonia, with the referenda in 2019 on the name change, the European Commission supported it. Angela Merkel supported it, a number of EU leaders supported it, but some didn't. And with the name change, nothing happened because there was new methodology championed by France, who didn't care much about Macedonian referenda or stuff like that, and then Bulgaria blocked them. And this is like what sort of, who is now, I mean, not to go to old Kissinger's question, who is Europe, who do I call when I want to talk to Europe? There is a huge array of actors. And in order to put them all to properly function in the enlargement process, through accession process as a candidate country, you need to navigate a host of actors. It's a hugely difficult question now, because they're not on the same page. Larger countries that have considerable business interests in the Balkans prefer bilateral connections to kind of community or EU level approach. They don't care at all about EU compliance pressure on issues of democracy, judiciary, media freedom, rights. They don't care about it. They're not going to support it. If they have a good business deals, they'll support the standing government. And this is very navigated. There are almost 2,000 specific veto points where you can get blocked as a country if you start from scratch. Through 34 negotiating chapters, each country can block you at least twice there. Commission can block you once you multiply that, almost 2,000 veto points. It is a statistical miracle if a blockade doesn't happen. This is mathematical truth. So it is considerably difficult process to deal with, and this design is done by the EU. It's not done by us. On the other side, there was a candidate country in Serbia. The referenda on the change of legal structure of the judiciary, which was done in December 2021. This government, I mean, it has changed a bit since, but for the 15 years it's the same party composition of the government. It had supermajority for much of that time. That changed, was promised once the negotiations started in January 2014. That change was promised to be done until December 2017. They were 4 years late with the change. For no obvious reason, they held the power. Cynics would say they wanted to stuff the courts with their own loyal people and then to change the laws in order to give them more freedom and let them not be touched by possible loss of power. This was a kind of cynical and domestic political explanation, but they were late with that for 4 years, with no obvious reason. It was a major change. Why wait for 4 years? And kind of small honeymoon for Serbia in that later part of the 2010s, with Angela Merkel's support to Vučić, he being much more kind of lenient towards deals with the EU, Russia not fully attacking Ukraine, and of course 2014 was there, but things were kind of still manageable and not gone off the rails completely. Then, and this opportunity was lost, I would say. However, the road was difficult. We can blame mostly this part. It's not a Serbian issue only. You have Albania, you have North Macedonia, you have Bosnia with its own problems. And then what can we hope? What Professor Zečević said, can we hope as a kind of society that sometimes something will trickle down to ordinary people, some of these policies, and the life kind of gets better? Economy is slowly growing. I mean, I'm a historian. When was it much better than this in the Balkans? Are we living the best quota century ever? We had wars, we had sanctions. No, it's I mean, honest question, the last 100, 200 years. We are closest to European average of life than ever before. Freedom of travel, yes, I mean, with EES, it's stupid, but still it is. Security is fairly decent here. No wars, no really threat of wars, no sanctions. I mean, sanctions on this, but these are American ones. Did we really have much more freedom, much more economic leverage, wealth? it's difficult to say. Maybe this is the best it gets. Even within the EU integration domain, maybe this is kind of the best it gets for this sort of period of time, and maybe this kind of depressive mood that you have noted in Belgrade is overbearing. We thought that it's going to be much quicker. We saw an EU as one singular homogenic bloc that is just going to put compliance pressure on democracy, on norms, and be done with it. But that's kind of EU's problem. And if they cannot manage 15 million people in the Balkans who have spent 20 years of administrative reform to be close to EU, which is less people than Romania has, considerably less people than Romania has, it speaks much to the EU, to its own attempt of global standing, and to its own power. Indo-Pacific, try Ionian Adriatic, they can't reach the conclusion there, let alone in the Pacific. And in the Pacific strategy, if I'm not mistaken, was kind of, the first one was delivered on a day or day before the AUKUS deal, which completely torpedoed the Indo-Pacific strategy and the French submarine deal with Australia. It was dead in the water one day, I think, after it was very bad timing. I mean, symbolically catastrophic timing. So, on the other hand, there are considerable problems, issues with the EU side, issues on our side, but maybe we can be more kind of, I'm not saying let's be more optimistic. We might have a change in government next year, and all this kind of talk on Serbia could be a bit different next year. I'm not sure for other candidate states, but thinking about, and very glad that you and Professor Whitman kind of gave us a reality check from different angles. Maybe this is as good as it gets in this historical period. And it might be not that bad. I mean, I'm not that old, but I've lived through considerably worse times.
No, only one remark. Maybe for you, but for my generation, maybe Yugoslavia was better.
I don't agree that.
Not guilty on that side.
Yugoslavia was okay. I mean, but the better time was when we were closest to the Western Europe was late 19th century and early 20th century.
We lived in the late Middle Ages.
Where did they live? What do you think, that they have television and radio and so on?
No, but their standard of living was
we have a railroad from Belgrade Niš. They have maybe a few more railroads. They didn't have cars. They didn't have planes. They farmers don't have tractors. Still were not invented. So like our farmers, they have horses and oxes and so on. So we were closer to them than at least intellectuals, those people who were literate, who were living in Belgrade, for example, in the late 19th and early 20th century. And if I can conclude just one more comment, I agree with you that they should have, this is basically my approach, the basic blame is on the EU. It doesn't mean that we should be excused for not doing faster, better, and so on. But I would like to remind again from historical perspective that Serbia exactly was at the same level of democratization, at least measured by the Freedom House and other international organizations who are specialized in measuring democracy score in the early 2010s at the level of Croatia, even better, according to a bit better than Croatia in 2014. And then we were backsliding since then. I mean, but not only because of our mistakes, which is actually we are mostly to blame, but also because, as discussed yesterday, the European Union lost leverage, lost, stick, lost carrot, and then the people sank. I mean, the situation, of course, our political leaders were the most responsible for that, but if they were more stimulated, from the EU side, to do something with some, maybe they will behave like Montenegrins. And then, because they got real options. And speaking about that, what Richard mentioned and many others, today I don't agree respectfully with that membership is privilege. It is for America, of course, but it is not comparable. If we are the members of the same family in Europe, and if European Union would like to live in expanded zone of peace and security in Europe, they should include these countries. That is, when I'm teaching about EU enlargement to 2004, 2007 to my students, I ask them the questions, what do you think, why Westerners accepted, I mean, all of a sudden to so quickly accept so many poor countries, basically backward in comparison to Western Europe, to join. And basically due to the political reasons. And in that respect, Western Europeans didn't have much choices. They should have accepted them. They should have said, oh, fellow Romanians, Bulgarians, Poles, you are fine, I mean, we like you, we support you, we give you some money and so on, but you cannot be a member of our club. This is elite club, I mean, you have to work farther and so on. Maybe they would become the members of another club. And that is what is happening now with Serbia. I mean, this is still not a member of other club, but as I said, allowing, I mean, the others to mix there and to mislead the people here. But okay, I talked too much probably. Enough for today.
We've done a fairly good round. I don't see hands raised. And we have like concluding remarks. Oh, okay, Marko, sorry.
Thanks to all panelists for their insights. So, a question, maybe a naive one coming from a lawyer, but as we are speaking about geopolitical moment in 2022 after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, do you think that there was actually a big chance missed, especially in the June summit of 22, and whether giving like a strict time frame for enlargement, like, okay guys, you need to finish harmonization by end of 24, we have to finish accession treaty negotiations by end of 25, and you are in by 27, would that actually create a kind of a push, even and even kind of like expose stabulocrats in the region, face them with the reality that they have to reform and undertake the necessary steps to join the EU? Of course, there will be a lot of bilateral issues that needs to be resolved, like Bulgaria, North Macedonia, internal disputes in Bosnia, Serbian normalization with Kosovo, of course. But would that kind of a clear time frame, which we kind of had for Eastern enlargement back in 90s, early 2000, would that actually be a good thing that was missed?
So, to whom is the...
Well, to anybody from the panel who wants to reply.
Definitely. I mean, this is one of the changes which were introduced in new conditionality to the new candidates after 2006, actually, on the eve of the accession of Bulgaria and Romania, was the open-ended process of negotiations. Before that, for those countries who joined 2004, 2007, it was not open-ended. It was expected that when process finished, the countries will join, become the members. Since then, it is open-ended process. So we can discuss, complete, I don't know how many chapters, and European Union should decide, oh, okay, fine, but we are not accepting you because we have some other issues. Again, that was the reason was for that to respect EU absorption capacity. So if something happened, we can say, oh, but that reason did not, that argument did not play a role for Czechia, Hungary, because the EU accepted its obligation to accept those countries. And I'm actually arguing for that. You should also be obliged for the Western Balkans. This is not Africa, this is not, with all due respect to Africa, Asia, and so on. This is part of Europe. And somebody mentioned in the Rome Treaty, I mean, there is the clause which said every European country have rights to apply and to become the members of that organization. So why you are denying those countries? They are not the others. But it is what it is. Yeah. But that would definitely help. I mean, if they say that which actually was what Slobodan said. I mean, and that was more or less decided on the 2018, when done deal, not done deal, but when Juncker promised, and there was discussion with Merkel, of course, to be done, and then come Macron, and after Macron, with new methodology, which was, I don't know, third, fourth layer on Copenhagen condition, not speaking about these geopolitical conditions, because the conditions were tight in 2006, 31 chapters for those earlier, 35 chapters for those, then was in the 2010-2011 so-called three-pillar process introduced for the countries, which is again tightening of the original Copenhagen criteria, speaking about introducing market economy and multi-party democracy. That was the basic, they were the basic Copenhagen conditions. And then come the slug and the icing on the cake, this new methodology, which again, new conditions, new postponements, and so on.
Well, I agree generally, but I have a counterpoint. I mean, the issue would be, oh, you have like 3 years to finish it, or what? You will be stuck in what you're already, but the elites here are kind of satisfied with that anyway. I mean, we know them for 10, 15 years. So would they be incentivized? Maybe just a bit. Would Serbia introduce sanctions to Russia because of that? No, that policy was settled on the first day. I mean, it came from one power center. That's one thing. Then you would kind of have to have a different European Union. But also, these commitments are difficult because why would necessarily Meloni government honor the commitments of its previous government? They want to be able to change policies. And the commitment that lasts after next elections, they're never firm commitments. And the elites here in the Balkans have learned very well to wait out the EU and to wear it down if they don't like the conditions, and they can kind of game the whole deal. That's I mean, I think we know what we're dealing with. They're pretty shrewd in that sort of small level games. So the question would be, you get into or what? Then you will kind of massage your own public, say we cannot do this, hope for the worst, always play for the worst option among those that the EU has offered you, and says the EU cannot offer us any better. Try to disturb regional policies in some sense, and I think you would have this sort of unprincipled elite coalition among at least several countries to kind of derail the process. But the process would fail because I don't think that kind of next government in important countries would be willing to blindly deliver on what previous government promised 4 or 5 years ago. They would revisit the issue and check their own interests and says, oh, we're not really going to do that. So even if I understand it's a fantasy, I think that fantasy would likely fail 4 or 5 years down the road.
International obligations are always, I mean, no government cannot revise peace.
These are not but these are not signed obligations. They're not ratified in the parliament. These are just government policy position, which next government is kind of in democratic areas it can be revised or changed.
No countries was accepted in that way.
Okay. Would you like a few to conclude?
Two sentences. I will conclude about this foreign policy. My official proposition to the government was to introduce some sanctions, to start it. Because my analysis was that it's illogical because we are on the path to be a member of the European Union. It's our obligation to align our foreign policy to the foreign policy of the European Union. And to start with some package, not all, to see what will be the reaction and not to offense too much Russia, but to show them, in the same time, to show them that we are on the way to be a member of the European Union. That was because after our decision not to introduce the sanctions, it was the confusion. Russian consider us as allies, as Belarus, and the European Union consider us as some rebels who don't want to be a member state. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It's time to. I think it's time to conclude. I saw some impatience in your in your body language, and I will be brief. Thank you very much for your very original contribution to this conference. I really want to thanks a lot to our colleagues from abroad who comes very far away from New Zealand, Martin Holland, Mrs. Chen, also to our key speaker, Mr. Professor Richard Whitman. Also our other guests from Bulgaria, thank you very much. Your was a very inspiring discussion we heard about from you. From Finland, from Ukraine, in fact, from Ukraine, our young colleague. Thank you very much for your contribution. And I think this discussion was interesting, was very fruitful, and I hope the next one that we maybe will held together one day will be more successful than this one. And I hope I will see you soon in Belgrade in some other occasions. Thank you very much.